Oops, I had my mic off. Oh my god, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I apologize. Alright, let's start. Let's rewind this, start again. Hello. Welcome back, guys, gals, and non-binary pals, to Guns Over Rivayle. I am your host, your game master, your narrator, Nova Starlight, administrator of the Shadowverse Wiki, and Shadowverse content creator since 2020. I'm here, joined by our fabulous players, players of the posse, the Die-Hard Drifters, Diana, Bailey, and Alan. You guys reintroduce yourselves.
Yippee! Hello, it's me. It's Ray. You might know me as Maishnia, or that one girl who draws women a lot. I play Diana. I love Diana, as I do all women. Yeah. That's all I don't know. That's that.
Ray is one of the most lesbians that I know, and I mean that as a compliment.
Yeah.
Oh, yes, true. Real, thank you.
The power of lesbians.
The power of lesbians compels you.
I love women.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, I'm Camus. Or Camus, depends. Whatever. I'm a Baphomet simp. As
Are many of us.
I play Alan, the weird guy with a big hat.
Well, I don't know if the hat necessarily is big, but the antlers are.
Big antlers.
It's a nice hat.
I'm glad you embraced my idea of the antlers on the helmet, on the hat, because that was my idea when I originally sketched them, and I'm like, oh, I hope Camus likes this, and yeah, it seems that it's stuck, and I'm quite happy about that.
I love how they have. I've always loved how Alan's hat kind of looks like a jackalope, since it has the rabbit ears and the antlers.
That's what I was going for.
It's really jackalopes probably, if anywhere, would exist in Rivayle. I can believe it.
Very much. I tend to believe that. And Sal?
And I'm Salvador. Hi.
Hi, Sal.
I haven't played in this game for a couple of years. I just was, actually. Shadowverse, that is. I make a lot of fan content for it from time to time. And I play Bailey.
Yippee!
Yay! So, can you guys... It is episode 4 tonight already. Can you guys believe we're halfway through this campaign already?
No.
I know, right?
I wish it wasn't the case. Insert me crying.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be really sad when it's over. Like, I'm really excited to get for the 2 episodes after this. But of course I'm excited for tonight. But I'm especially excited for episodes 5 and 6. And yeah, even though I am excited about that, I'm gonna be sad when this is over. So I hope you guys are really having fun in the meantime.
I am. It's true.
Yeah, it's great.
So we did a couple of interlude things between the sessions in order to save on some time tonight. Our posse had a couple of upgrades that we decided to do in between sessions, and we'll just decided we catch you all up on that at the start tonight. Alan improved his hustle and squint stats. Diana improved her gun's speed. Bailey received a new trait, Orator, which has 1 invoke and grants a boost to straight talk. And Bailey also improved their guile and their gun's range.
Yippee!
Yeah. So,
See, when you're very sesquipedalian, people listen to you.
I'm glad that we finally have someone who can talk. Like normal, anyway.
Like a normal person.
You'd think Diana would be the face of the party.
She is, I think.
I think she is. It's just, they don't want her to be.
We accept Diana as the leader sort of reluctantly. Is almost how it is.
She named it.
Yes.
She's very insistent she's the leader because she came up with the name, therefore she gets leader privileges.
And she has the best ideas.
She does have
And she may or may not have psychic powers. The jury's still out on that.
Who knows? Smile, smile.
But yes, so tonight's episode is one I admitted when I was planning it out, I kind of realized it's potentially a little bit shorter than some of the ones before. I think we're still probably gonna go around 4 hours, but because I do think it has I think in terms of the actual story of this one, it's a little bit less elaborate or complex than it was in the last few. We're having two sort of little scenes in the beginning, and then we'll go kind of into the proper plot of episode 4. So, but also since the playing card system is working again now, Ray, please get in roll 20.
Oh shit! I forgot. Oh, I'm so sorry.
It's okay, you're fine.
I was so excited that I was going through the checklist in my head and I completely skipped that step.
No, it's fine. I've done that several times so far, and yeah.
Why did it sign me out? Are you kidding me? Oh my god.
No, it's
Give
okay.
me a second.
No, you're good. You're fine.
Don't piss me off. Actually, I think it didn't sign me out. I think it's because I'm on my new laptop and I haven't used it before for this.
Oh yeah, congrats on the new laptop.
Yeah, thank you. Oh boy, what was it? $1,000 well spent.
Ah, nice.
I can actually run shit now.
Yeah.
Okay, skip tour. Okay, there we go. I'm in.
Okay, awesome. So yeah, I gotta deal you guys all your cards. Although, Sal just disappeared from Roll20.
Oh.
Oh no. Sal, where'd you go?
Oh no. Sal, no.
Sorry, hang on.
Are you okay?
Bailey tripped and fell. They have to catch her.
Yeah, that's...
Baby
There.
got easy guide.
No! Bring them back!
Okay.
Where's the Sky Dog, and who's that dragon fella?
Oh god.
Okay.
I have a card.
Got a card. Each of you got a card.
Okay.
If I assume you guys know how that works. That the card throwdown system, where instead, if you don't want to roll, instead you can do a little card battle and see who has the better card. And if you have the better card, then you succeed. So.
I do have a question about that. Do the suits have any value in the system?
No.
Okay.
They do
Just
not.
wanted to check out. That's all I
Except for
wanted
the
to know.
Ace of Spades, which is an automatic success.
Oh, okay.
Nothing can beat the Ace of
If
Spades.
both players draw, for example, if both players had a 7, would the suit matter then, or is it just it's a tie?
That would be a tie.
Okay. Cool.
And I don't remember what happens in case of a tie. If that happens, I'll look it up. But,
Okay.
yeah.
Fair
No, the suits do not matter except for the Ace of Spades, which is an automatic success. Okay.
Awesome.
So, we won't do the, there's a thing we will do after the two, sort of opening scenes here. But yes, let's go on, ooh, wow, words. Let's, go ahead with those. And we were starting pretty much right where we left off at the end of last episode, with, the posse as they are leaving the Opulux Hotel and Casino. So, as the party was leaving after the events of last time, and the posse is leaving the Opulux Hotel and Resort and Casino. Diana and Alon go ahead. They already started heading home, but on their way out, Bailey is approached by Rhea in the lobby.
Oh
That
my
I am.
god, it's not Team Rocket.
Hello, ma'am.
Yes, so I see Lord Icy entrusted that thing to you. She points at the cursed cowboy hat that
Yes.
that Bailey received. Or rather was put in charge of, because Icy was like, I don't want to deal with this. I'll leave this to Vincent's people. I got my own stuff going on. So, Ray's looking at that and said, "I've heard you and your group have been encountering a lot of these things lately, and fortunately, you went and also had one stolen from you."
Oh, you heard. Yes, it's unfortunate.
Well,
I suppose it's natural in this line of work. At least I assume so.
Ray nods and she says, yes, it is unfortunate, but in that case, why don't I do you a little favor? How about you get that thing to me and I'll make sure, I don't think, it's rare the bandits come around and try to rob me.
Oh, well, if you're willing to, if you think we keep it safe, and if you're willing to deal with it, I greatly appreciate that, Miss Rhea.
Oh, I most certainly can, darling. I'll take that right off your hands and make sure it doesn't fall in the hands of some bandits and whatever mischief they might be up to. So.
Well, that's the way to my chest.
Alright. So do you hand the hat over to Rhea?
Yes, out of character, I think this is a trick, but yes.
Well, I mean,
I don't trust this.
You don't trust her, really?
No, I trust her. Well, maybe. I think. I don't know. This might be some kind of magical disguise or something. This seems too convenient. I don't like it.
Well, I mean, Rhea's been nothing to help for you so far. So,
True.
Who knows?
I don't know why he's been helpful. We aren't exactly smart.
But, I mean, for the moment at least, it seems to be convenient that she's offering. And yeah, she does have a point. She is probably less likely to have an issue with bandits than and to be visited by the Gunner Gals than the Gunner Gals are probably much less likely to try and take this thing off of her than they are of Bailey. So Bailey. So yeah, the hat is handed over, and Rhea seems quite pleased about it. Oh, thank you kindly, dear. I really do appreciate it. And that is how. And with that, Bailey heads on home, and the posse does note, though Diana and Alan don't have to go far. Bailey does notice, as well, probably wouldn't be as they're going home that night, but within the next couple of days or so, any of you guys try to take the trains, you'll notice that you don't have to pay. You're getting a slight discount on train tickets.
Nice.
Because you are favored by Icy because of what happened last week.
Oh, he's so nice.
So that has resulted in you getting a slight discount on your train tickets.
I'm sure he's not up to anything nefarious.
I sure hope he doesn't find out that one time Diana went on without paying for all of them.
Yeah, I know. I completely believe that's something she would do. Okay. It was... Alright. And so next... have... If I can go to the correct background. Oop. Yes. So, sometime after that, Alon is trying to sell his furs on the streets of the Golden Hills, and noticing that despite all of the adventures that he's gotten up to lately, many of which have become, the talk of Rivayle recently, he still isn't getting that much business. And as he's thinking about this, he wonders if it could have something to do with his dangerous reputation. Because, again, despite the fact that he has been adventuring with his posse and the other diehard drifters and doing things like, exposing what was really going on with the Black Hat Society and what was happening in Tynog Mine, people, especially folks in the Golden Hills, still seem to see this guy from the wilderness and outside Rivayle as someone a little bit that you should kind of be wary of. So as you're thinking about this, you are approached by a syndicate employee. It's a woman. And did I forgot to tell the music to loop? I think I did. Apologies. One moment.
Alan's a bit Alan's a bit surprised someone from the syndicate approached him. Usually, he'd think. Usually, he thinks other people would. Usually, he just let Diana or Bailey handle the social stuff. But he's alone with his furs and there's no one else and it's a slow day.
Well, you never want to turn away a potential customer, right?
Yep.
Yeah. So the syndicate woman approaches Alon's stall, takes a looks at the furs, and like, these are mighty nice. She says, kind of looking them over.
Alan nods and mumbles a thank you.
The syndicate woman kind of chuckles and says, "Not much of a people person, ain't you? I noticed I remember you. I remember you from that whole casino fiasco. Your posse tends to do more of the talking, I've noticed." Can you hear me, Camus?
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So apparently the syndicate woman was and now that you think about it, you do remember that there was at least two syndicate employees who were with Icy at the casino a while back, and one of them was Zero, but now that you recall, yes, the other one was this woman. So she recognizes you from that.
At least the voice was familiar. Alan does struggle remembering faces. But the voice.
How's your business here been? She kind of looks at you curiously.
Alan looks away, then mutters, "Slow."
She sort of puts her hands on her hips and laughs and says, "I'm not surprised. From what I've heard, you ain't from around here, are you? We don't get a lot of folks here from outside Rivayle. You're certainly variable, suppose you might say."
Alan shrugs. I mean, that's what as far as everyone's concerned, that's all they know about him. He's an outsider, he's a bit scary, and he sells furs. That's it.
Yeah, poor Alan. But at least this syndicate lady seems like she's kind of understanding. I understand. You come from you're different, and folks are naturally a little afraid of you. You got yourself a reputation for being someone you might want to avoid, someone kind of dangerous. It's unfortunate, but that's just how folks are.
And he didn't even do anything.
No, he really didn't. The worst thing he did was he passed out drunk in Rhea's lap. Which might not have left a great impression, but, that's not really something worthy of being dangerous. At least you'd think so.
He's just a guy.
He's just a guy.
A guy with a nice hat, mind you.
A very nice hat. So, this woman can kind of tell that Alan agrees and seems kind of frustrated. So, she takes something out of her pocket. It's a little card. And it's got you notice it's got the Syndicate logo on it, or Icy's logo. They're kind of the same thing. It's like that sort of eye with a triangle underneath. And there's also an address on it. And she hands that to Ella, and she says, "My name's Harriet. I know Lord Icy is quite fond of you now, considering how you helped him finally helped us get control of the Opulux. Not to mention that whole thing that was going on with the folks who used to own it." She looks a little disgusted as she's trying not to remember that, because she was there. She saw what happened at the dinner, and she does not want to think about that as she wants to think about that as little as possible. But regardless, she introduces herself as Harriet. She hands the card to Alan. She says, "We might be able to help with that little reputation problem, if you're willing to.
Canning.
If you're willing to meet us here."
Alan takes the offered card and squints at the address written on it. You know that Edgar Allan Poe meme?
No, I don't actually.
The drawing of Edgar Allan Poe looking at a piece of paper and squinting at it.
Oh, that one,
That's him.
yes.
That's Alan all the time when dealing with all these cursive handwritings and tiny itty bitty text written on small things. He can read, but why does everything written had to be so complicated?
Well, fortunately, it's something that Alan can read, but all that he can really tell from looking at it is that it's an address in the Golden Hills, which makes sense, syndicate folk. But other than that, you'd probably have to go looking for this place, and
Well, time to get horribly lost.
if you decide to do that. But Harriet
We can always
decides.
go back to Diana and ask for directions.
But Harriet still kind of seems like he's kind of catches on that you're still seeming a little skeptical, so she decides to go ahead and buy a fur. And you make a fairly generous amount of 350 gold from this transaction.
Nice.
Rich! Oh my goodness. Bestie's rich.
So now with that little transaction, things are seeming like they're looking up. Especially now, as a little while later, maybe like an hour or two, another person you recognize passes by. It once again happens to be Rhea. And she approaches Ellen. Sounds like, "Oh, hey there. It's been a hot minute. How you been keeping up?"
Alan looks up at Rhea and flatly says, "Tired."
She nods.
Tired.
She nods and smiles. It seems she's kind of let bygones be bygones by now at this point. Your introduction to each other was awkward to say the least, but you've in her eyes you've more than made up for it. So seem to be on good terms with her now, and she's going and looking over at your fur. She's, "My, these are quite nice, very exotic. Where do you get these?"
Alan shrugs. Outside.
Outside the
Outside.
city? My, sounds mighty dangerous. But I suppose that's, something you're used to. And it's not to say that Rivayle itself ain't dangerous. I suppose it's a certain kind of danger. Depends on how you look at it. Anyway, how's your business been?
And this is the second time in a row someone asked him how's business, so he just says the exact same thing. Slow.
I see. Oh, yes, me. Not to pry my nose into your business or nothing, but yes, me, I think that might have something to do with the folks folks might not be so inclined to buy something so exotic from someone that clearly ain't from around here. Sad as that is.
Alan knows that, but he has no fucking clue how to. But he has no fucking clue how to hire people to sell the furs for him. Nor does he want to. It's a waste of money. That's house money.
And you know what? That's good on him. He's a self-made person. But Ray leans over and says, "Tell you what, hon. If you want, you can come over to the diamond mine later tonight, and maybe I can help. Maybe I can lend you a little hand." The diamond mine being the nightclub where she's a singer.
And now I have this mental image of drunk Alan singing off tune while shit-faced drunk.
You know what? Maybe that's what happened when they first met. I would buy that.
Iconic.
Belts out tunes with the worst singing voice ever, then passes out right in Rhea's lap.
Yep. That's canon. That's now what happened. And she's just trying her best to she's laughing about that now. You know, it's no big deal. It was funny. Now it's funny. Wasn't always, but now it is.
And that's the second invitation he got within the same night.
Yep. And Rhea similarly also decides to buy a fur. She buys a little less expensive one. Though. She gets one for 200 gold. But you've made 550 gold today, so that's not bad.
And that's a bonus because he likes Rhea. He adds a small rabbit fur on top.
Oh,
A small white rabbit fur.
well, how kind of you. Yeah, see, you treat your customers like this, and I'd say there's no reason why your business ain't booming. Well, that makes me want to help you even more. So why don't you drop by tonight, darling? She sort of leaves with a sweet little wink, and then heads on her way. So, Alan, you've essentially been given two paths that you can now potentially pursue towards clearing your dangerous reputation. One being to go and see Harriet, that lady from the syndicate, or you can go and see Ray at the diamond mine.
Alan immediately thinks of going to Rhea's place, mostly because he trusts Rhea more and partly because he will get fucking lost getting to the syndicate person.
Okay, you sure that's what you want to do?
Yep.
Alright.
That and he doesn't trust the syndicate all that much.
That's fair.
He saw what Icy did. He doesn't want to piss off a guy who just pops off, just decapitates a man just like that.
Hey, I mean, you couldn't say you know what happened. There's a good reason. At least Bailey will insist that, considering you know what they did too. But hey, Icy's also giving you discounts on the train tickets.
He'd rather not push his luck.
Well, fair enough. So later that evening, after you decide to close up shop, you head to Rhea's club, the Diamond Mine.
How nostalgic. And to think a few weeks ago, he's belting out tunes like there's no tomorrow.
Yep. So you're back in this classy place, and while you're there, you come in just about a minute before Rhea starts to have a performance, and you sit down and you get to hear her sing. And as you're listening to her sing, you really do understand like why she's become such a popular celebrity, and she is quite good at what she does, and she puts on a pretty great show. And everyone else in the club is just kind of watching her in awe and admiration. And at the end, there's a roaring applause. She takes a bow. It's all very, very glamorous. And what does Alan think of that?
Alan's just vibing.
Yeah, that makes sense. So, but at the end
Good music is good music.
Yep, certainly. So, at the end of the performance, a couple of minutes pass, and Rhea comes out from backstage, and she sits at the bar with a drink, and she sees Alan, and sort of calls him over to the bar.
Alan does approach Rhea and sits beside her, but he'd refuse any drinks offered to him. There, no repeat of last time. Nope.
Good call. But Rhea smiles and she says, "Well, you actually came and you came just in time to see my performance, darling. How'd you like it?"
Alan fidgeted with the ears of his nice hat and mumbled, "Was nice."
Made a few words, she says with a chuckle. But I appreciate it all the same. You know, I got fans not just here, but folks will even save up what little they got from Dust Home to even come and see me sing. That really does mean a lot to me. My fans are everything to me, you know.
Unfortunately, he doesn't understand how or why people would save up to watch a performance. He really doesn't. He understands saving up for emergencies or buying something they really want, but watching a performance, why?
I guess Alan's lived that kind of life where, he doesn't really understand, he's kind of just been surviving his whole life. He doesn't really understand, relaxing, for lack of a better word, I suppose, and having hobbies and...
Relaxing for him is jumping into a lake and having a quick swim. I'm pretty sure he's the only one who knows how to swim.
Most likely. I don't believe that. Yes. Oh, listen to me, just prattling on, and just how much the folk in Vale mean to me. It's a harsh world, but I'm sure things will. Well, I'm sure they won't stay this way forever. Something will come along, and it'll be and make for a better world. Do you think that? You don't think this is gonna
Foreshadowing.
Yeah,
Foreshadowing.
maybe like 4 or 5 people that are particularly important to the story.
But she's kind of but she's still kind of like chit-chatting and saying like she's kind of waiting for a response from Alan to see like even though she's you might as well just humor her. She's kind of like being a little bit wistful, I suppose you might say. Because she seems like kind of an optimistic person. It makes sense that you think, well, yeah, it makes sense that she kind of has this sort of attitude from what you've seen of her so far. she's lived a good life, but she also seems like, you know, the kind of person who wants a good life for others. So. Definitely less selfish than some of the other notable people in the Golden Hills. If nothing else.
Rhea's been nice to him, so he nods.
Ray just kind of softly chuckles and nods back, expecting that kind of. Now that she's like, oh yeah, it figures that he'd respond that way, but she's happy to get it nonetheless. She's like, anyway, darling. Yes, about why I did ask you to come here tonight about this whole dangerous reputation of yours. I'd like to make you a little deal, perhaps.
Ooh, new deal. Alan leans forward, interested but unable to form words. He's not very good at the words thing.
She's kind of picked up on that, so she kind of just can, but she can tell that he's interested. She kind of just leads him. So I've heard you and your posse have recently been encountering a lot of these cursed objects. Is that correct?
Alan nods and is suddenly reminded of Vincent. Again. He tries to hide his blush.
She doesn't know exactly what Alan is blushing about, but she just kind of smiles and continues saying, "I know your friend Bailey, the deputy. They were kind enough to let me take care of this. Seemed to have been the cause of that whole ruckus with the Black Hat Society. Apparently, what a strange turn of events. Still,
The evil hat.
yeah." So, these things, so I can tell these things. I also heard from Butch, about what happened with him, Cassidy, and the cowbell. That ain't one of the strangest things I ever heard. So it seems like these here cursed items, they seem to be a real issue as of late. And I think it's best that we, especially since I heard that there's been a whole bunch, some bandits after him. That certainly seems like something real up to no good, so perhaps it's best if, I do what I can to make sure these things don't fall into the wrong hands, if you understand what I'm saying.
Alan nods. And he's annoyed that the posse was unable to get a collection so far. The gremlin in his head wants to collect them all and just display them in somewhere, just maybe in a display case or something.
I mean, that's what you'd probably do with cursed items, aside from if you're not using them to curse people. They're just trophies. Very magically evil trophies. But she seems to get that you're following. She's like, excellent. Right. So, here's my proposal. I do my best to spread around as much as I can that you're a trustworthy fellow. You ain't dangerous, despite being not from what most folks would consider civilization. You've acclimated yourself quite well to city life, and you sell yourself some quite lovely products out here on your little street shop. And in exchange, if your posse happens to come across more of these cursed items, will you bring them right to me?
Alan looks up very much surprised. He was surprised at Diana's proposal to clear his name. I mean, no one's ever done that for him. It's always been him and him and him. It's always been him alone, and maybe his mentor, but
Well, he has friends
his
now. He's got his
mentor.
posse, and it seems like Ray is pretty fond of him too, so you're not alone anymore, Alan.
Ah,
I just smiled so hard.
Aw. He's quite
Fucking
wholesome.
love Alan. He made friends. He made friends.
He
Oh
made
my god.
friends! Yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
She is a... That's not too much to ask now, is it? She kind of says now, having noticed Elon's sort of surprised expression.
Alan is grateful, but this is not a decision only he can make by himself. So he says to Rhea, I'll ask my group. I'll ask my he struggles to think of the posse as his friends because he hasn't really comprehended that those two are his friends and
Aw.
Rhea. He hasn't really comprehended, so he says, I'll ask my posse.
She looks a little disappointed, but at the same time also understanding, and she's or not says, yes, I suppose that makes sense. It does involve all of you technically. Well, once you talk to him, go ahead and come back to me as soon as you can. All right?
Alan nods and still he is thankful, so he utters to Rhea a heartfelt thank you and fights the urge to hold her by the shoulders.
Oh my gosh.
Rhea seems to smile, so she seems to very appreciate the sincere thank you. It's like, oh, you're welcome, darling. It's the least I can do, and you'd certainly be doing me and Rivayle at large a favor as well. Making sure these items don't fall into the hands of the wrong folk, you see. But as I said, do once you discuss it with your friends, get back to me as soon as you can, and I'll do my best to live up to my end of the bargain. How's that?
Alan nods, agreeing to Rhea's proposal.
And she seems quite happy about that. Do you decide to stick around any longer, or are you gonna be on your way?
Alan goes on his way. He can't just leave his stall unattended for so long.
True. Alright. Then, in that case, that brings us to the proper beginning of episode 4. So.
Although Alan does wonder, would Rhea let him see if the posse agrees to Rhea's proposal, would she let Alan see the collection of cursed items?
Alan
Like a
just wants
private
to see.
museum.
Alan just wants to see them all like on a trophy case or something.
Yep.
A respectable wish. A respectable wish.
All right. So that brings us back to the beginning, or to the beginning of episode 4 proper. So in the time that since the last major adventure of the Die Hard Drifters, you all have received a payment from the Syndicate for what happened with the whole casino event, And so you've each been paid 1,000 gold.
Hot damn.
Money.
Money.
Ka-ching.
True.
Money.
Now,
I
considering
love money real.
this is icy in the Syndicate, you might be thinking, really only 1,000, because that's only you think it maybe would be a little more, considering it's icy in the Syndicate, and that's only about twice what the ranchers paid you for what happened in episode 1. But IC's business is, there's the whole with Tyna Goldmine having to go through a restructuring. Maybe that's why, or maybe it's just because it's icy in the Syndicate. But regardless,
Hey,
you all are
they
now.
have the discount. I mean, they have the discount.
Yeah, and you do have the train ticket discount, so it's not all bad. An extra 1,000. You can't ever complain about extra money in your pocket. And so, how much? So that brings us to the question: how much gold would you guys like to bring along with you tonight? Or actually, you know what? Considering this particular story, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to say you guys have just whatever it is on you. That's not really necessary for tonight. So forget I just said that. I think it's better that you guys just have access to whatever you have, because it's not going to affect. I'd rather you guys just have it. So and it's not that much anyway. It's like I think Alan now has the most with like 1,550 or something like that. So
Hot damn.
yeah,
Loaded.
All right.
Cash for days.
1 second though. Sorry, just one moment. All right. So you've all received your payment from the Syndicate, and then a little sometime after that, Diana, you receive a letter from Vincent. You can
Oh shit.
Oh my. Oh my.
can tell right away. It's got the deputies, sheriffs. It's like everyone's the Syndicate has their own like special letter stationery. So does Vincent and the deputies. So you get a
She's
letter.
like she's like a police logo. She's like onto the FBI. They found me.
Yeah, so you receive a letter from Vincent or the sheriff's office. It says it's from the sheriff's office, but you consider that okay. It's probably from Vincent. So it asks you to come to the sheriff's office at this particular time on this particular day.
Kill her.
On this particular day.
Oh boy.
So it's probably in your best interest to go and do that.
Yeah, well, yeah, of course she would. What else is she gonna do? Have the police come to her house?
No, it's just the letter, but probably want to go and do what that says. So Diana makes her way. So Diana makes her way down to Dustholm. Down to Dustholm, paying a little bit less for the train ticket thanks to the discount. But that probably doesn't calm her nerves too much, considering what's going on between her and Vincent. And now she seems like that's possibly come calling for her. But as she gets there,
truthfully, when she's showing up, she's probably thinks she's gonna get like shot.
Does Vincent count the bill?
I don't think it's not her highest interest right now. Oh boy.
But you arrive at the sheriff's office, and you find you are not the only person here. The rest of your posse is here. Bailey and Alan are here.
Oh, friends, lovely. she immediately seems a lot less nervous, as she very clearly was before.
Oh, fancy meeting you two here.
Hi, Bailey. Hey, Alan. Hi. What a coincidence. Hi. She like tucks her. She tries to tuck her hair behind her ear, but it's like a drill, so it just uncurls and goes back into its place.
That's a great little image. I don't know why that made me laugh, but but yeah, all three of you are here. Vincent doesn't seem to be here yet, but that gives you a moment to. Hey, maybe Alan. Maybe this is a good time to, while you guys are waiting. It was a good time to bring up what Ray had talked to you about. Now that you're here with your posse.
True.
Are you there, Camus?
Yeah, I'm here. I had 4 hours of sleep.
Oh no! Please rest up after the session. Get some good rest. But did you hear what I said?
I think my brain just went somewhere else.
Oh no, it's okay. It's okay.
I do remember Diana trying to do. Her drills are being stubborn. That's what I remember for some reason.
Well, I was just saying that now, since you're here with your posse, it might be a good time because apparently it is Vincent that called you here. It seems to be the case, but he's not here at the moment. You're kind of waiting for him. It might be a good time to bring up what Rhea's proposal to the rest of your posse.
So Alan briefly checks if Vincent is around. A mini gay panic. Just a little. A wee bit of a gay panic. And tells the posse Rhea has a proposal.
A proposal? Like a marriage proposal? Or like a plan?
Alan looked quite offended at the marriage proposal. At the idea that Rhea would propose to him, he was quite offended, but he does say Rhea has a plan concerning the cursed items.
Oh, those things. Do we even have any of them right now, or do they all get stolen? I think they're all stolen or whatever.
Well, as I said, those bandit girls unfortunately got a hold of the oil lamp, and I gave the hat to Rhea.
Right, yeah.
And last you saw the cowbell, that was given to Vincent.
Yeah, we don't have any of them.
So Alan tells them that if they do get a cursed item and actually keep it, they can give it to Rhea for safekeeping. Maybe they can have a collection.
Diana just kind of nods. She is not, frankly, very interested by this idea, but she's like, okay, sure. She's not very invested, I guess is the right word.
Bailey, your thoughts?
It's not that I don't trust her. I mean, I gave her the hat after all, but are we sure we want to do this?
What else do we do with them? Put them on a shelf and get robbed?
Yeah.
The only other choice is Alan does point out that Vincent is their only other choice. I mean, they can keep it, but the bandits they keep showing up.
All right. I mean, if y'all two are for it, then I suppose I'm for it.
I don't really care either way. Whatever keeps people out of my hair most.
Alan is relieved. Rhea's proposal was accepted easily, although he is kind of disappointed he'd have less opportunities to see Vincent.
Well, you did still get called here for something. And just 1 second, I'm sorry. Again, sorry. 1 moment.
Okay.
He's looking forward to the meeting.
Before Vincent shows up, Diana once again pulls out her wallet and gives 150 to both Bailey and Alon because she doesn't want it. Not all of her money, only 150 each, so she loses 300. But she wants to give it to them because she doesn't really give a shit about having money on her person. She thinks they would care more.
Well, there you
Alan-
go again. You know, you don't have to keep doing that.
Yeah, I do. She just kind of like scoffs and turns her head away, and from her expression, she clearly has some sort of complicated notion with what's going on. But you can tell she's not upset because of you guys; it's because of something else.
Aw.
Bailey just kind of smiles a little and takes it.
I had to step out for a second. Did Diana give her posse more money again?
Yeah, she
Yep.
gave them 150 each.
Aww! She's so generous.
She's so silly.
Alan made a mental note to himself. Send Diana the softest belt that he has in his collection.
Oh,
Besties.
that's
love that.
adorable. But yes.
Not quite the biggest, but the softest, most petable one in his collection.
All right. So just
Mhm.
about just about a moment or so after Diana finishes giving out the gold to her friends, Vincent finally walks in, and he has a seat at at the desk where the posse also said, "I'm so sorry to keep you folks waiting. Thank you for coming in. I do thank you for coming."
No problem, I guess.
So, Vincent, you immediately notice that Vincent looks a little bit worried, a little bit unsure, a little bit worried, and he sort of sighs, it says, "So, I suppose you're wondering why I've called you here. Well, it's for a number of things, but first and foremost, I felt the need to inform y'all that the cursed cowbell that you retrieved from the Sundance Ranch was stolen."
Oh no, oh no.
Diana
no.
could not look more unsurprised. I guess it's best described as her expression did not change at all.
Okay. Oh, this is sus. Is there a...
Bailey rather dramatically gasps.
Yes, I know, it's quite a shame that I let that happen. It ain't something I'm proud of. But I hadn't quite gotten around to completely removing the curse yet, and when I finally tried to do so, there was confirmation that I hadn't simply misplaced the object due to this. He takes out a little note card, something. There's, it's been notice it's got like, it looks like someone has kissed it with lipstick, so it's got like an imprint of lips via lipstick on the note card, and it just says thanks, and it just says thanks, sucker, signed the Gunner Gal Trio.
What the sucker? Not the sucker.
No.
They're silly though.
Alan tugs at his hat and mumbles, "Not those three again," in exasperation.
Fortunately, Vincent says as he puts the sort of calling card away. Uh, this does allow allow me to I have a proposition for you all, and Miss Diana, he says, looking at Diana specifically.
Yeah.
If you are willing to assist Bailey with this particular assignment, I will. He's kind of sighs. He's just like, I will consider your debt. I will consider your debt settled, though. Really, I don't understand what even compelled you to spread a rumor like that in the first place. Aside from, why you'd seem to be dead set on humiliating me, I'm not sure.
She's like not responding because it's very obvious that if she would say something, it would just be to agree with what she said before.
Really?
She's just like straight eye contact, very slightly aloof, staring through him.
Vincent, all he does is roll his eyes, and he says, "Really, telling everyone that I'm the weakest Titan, just because I happen to be an old man. I'll have you know, he certainly wouldn't want me telling you this, but afraid he's brought it on, but says, well, if he can blame anyone, he can blame you, is that I ain't even the oldest Titan. I see is much, much older than I am. He just don't look it."
Bailey has to cover their mouth to suppress a laugh at both of these pieces of information. Excuse me.
Vincent kind of looks at Bailey and even kind of chuckles a little himself. No, it's alright, it is a little funny. Unfortunate, but funny.
It would be
Diana
ironic
is sweating bullets.
it'd be ironic if Vincent is the youngest of the Titans.
He might be. It's not impossible.
Well, we only know Icy's the oldest, so...
Yep. Although Alan does think Vincent is pretty handsome for an old man.
Sadly, Alan probably doesn't say that out loud, but if he did, it would.
Sadly, like the situation is gonna get better if you do. Everything's so awkward already.
I would love to see what happens if he said that out loud, but
no, let's stay playful.
But anyway, so
Voice enough not to say anything, even though his face says it all.
Still, Vincent looks back and dances. As I said, I have heard of the good work that you've done, especially helping out Bailey here. So I'm willing to let bygones be bygones, provided we finally put an end to this whole. Well, let me explain. Oh, but before I do, he turns out and says, "Thank you as well for also your assistance. You also will be quite fairly compensated for your for your help on this assignment. I figure it would be best for y'all to work as a group, even if Bailey is the only one under my employ."
We do seem to work quite well together.
Vincent, not.
I'll be happy to have. Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. Yeah.
I was going to say I'll be happy to have your two's assistance on this matter.
Well, she is like definitely like watching her words way more than she ever would, just because Vincent's there. Yeah, me, yeah. That's all she says. She just nods.
Vincent just kind of puts his arms on the table and he smiles. Says, "Of course, of course. I appreciate your willingness for us to come to a solution here, Miss Diana."
Me too.
Yeah, it seems like
Every word
Vincent
out of her mouth in this room has been so forced.
Yeah, it seems like Vincent is not especially. He doesn't hate her. He's just very annoyed with that thing that she did, and he's willing to. Hey, if you're willing to help him out here, he's willing to look past it. So that's something.
She just nods a bit.
Diana would be like a cat who scratched the furniture.
Diana's a dog who you caught like digging into something they're not supposed to, and they just like sit in the corner and stare at you. Because they know they did it, but they feel guilty about it.
Right. So here's the situation. Vincent starts to explain. I've reason to believe that this Gunner Gal trio was tied to a bandit named known as Klausovich. He's lately been making a name for himself, running this sort of illegal words here. This secret illegal auction for unusual magical items of interest, which is why I assume they have been after these cursed items.
Oh fuck no, he runs the magic item shop. We gotta leave. We gotta leave. Get out.
No,
Fuck no. That's bullshit again.
Oh no! I didn't even think of that. That's great.
Oh no, he can OTK us turn 7.
Oh god!
The sheriff.
Quick, Bailey, your room, do day shift or something. I don't know.
Here comes some real magic. No.
See, this is what I do with Shadowverse tabletop RPG. Would be great to do.
Oh, great! I love it.
Fucking item shop.
Anyway, it continues. But Bailey, you know that this has been something that's been discussed among Vincent and the deputies before. You've heard of this sort of ring of. Did the music? Is it okay? No, the music is still looking good. Okay, you've heard of this this sort of underground, this ring of illegal magical item sales. Something to that extent that has been sort of an ongoing investigation, but you've never been able to, well, as Vincent's about to explain, unfortunately, we have yet to bust this operation, as we've had no direct reads as to when and where the auction occurs. We do have some intelligence that suggests that it could be connected to Not and her operations, which is another reason I'm asking for your assistance on this particular assignment, Miss Diana, as Bailey informed me with your report on the whole, Sundance Branch incident that you seem to demonstrate to get along quite well with. They seem to get along quite well with Not. Well,
I've only spoken to her once. She just kind of, she has like her hand on the brim of her hat, and she's like tugging it down a little bit.
Well, regardless, your conversation didn't end with you in the box, which is more than can be said for some folks. Most folks, in fact.
It's the power of lesbians.
True.
So essentially, I'd like to see if I can use this. Well, you can see it's the only real lead we have so far as to tracking down this operation and finally putting an end to it.
Yeah, I can try. I guess.
Your best is all I can. The best is all I can ask you to do. But I do hope it gets results.
She nods
Hmm.
a little bit.
So it seems pretty clear now what Vincent wants you to do. There's this secret illegal auction of magical items going on that seems to be connected to that appears to be connected to Not, and also to the thieves who have been stealing the magical items that you keep encountering. So
Makes sense.
Team Rocket.
Team Rocket.
I'm trying to think of like which one is of the three bandit girls, like which one is Jesse, which one is James, and which one is Meowth. To me, they're all.
None of them are sentient
I don't know.
animals, so I don't
In my
think any
head,
of them
they're
are
all
Meow.
Meowth to me.
That's
Anyway.
the worst kind of Team Rocket ever. Jesse and James are the best part. No, bring them back.
Well, best of luck with it. Do let me know how things progress as soon as you can. As soon as you can.
Will do.
It's nods. Gets up now. I'm afraid I have work to do. Once again, I wish you all the best of success.
And Diana just nods a little bit again.
Bailey,
Yes, Sheriff?
counting on you to keep these two in line, especially her. He says, kind of like smirking and gesturing over to Diana.
She does that
Yes,
wet
what I
dog look
do.
again.
So, with that assignment, that job, you folks make your way out of the sheriff's office, and you are now in downtown Dustholm. And it is now up to you, pretty much where to go from here. You're trying to find this illegal magical item auction. Your only connection is not. So it's up to you guys. What are you gonna do? How are you gonna approach this?
We'll just say the moment that Diana gets outside of the sheriff's office, she immediately starts swiping sweat off of her forehead manically. And then she just spends like 2 minutes looking at the floor.
Your handkerchief.
Oh, she really appreciates that. She just starts dabbling it and looking away. I swear to God, I hate being around those folk. Titans, whatever the hell. I don't know. Not's fine. She's a woman. I'm fine with women. She's just like frantically scrubbing around and just like rambling about things that make no sense.
Well, I can't say I don't relate, but well, you get used to it, I guess.
Maybe. Yeah. Oh, God. she just puts her hands over her head. And now I gotta do a stupid job for him again. I'm sick of this. Where'd the silly jobs go? Where's the job where I gotta go, like, grab a bucket and go to a well and get water for some thirsty lady? I don't want to keep putting up with all the Titans bullshit. This is stupid.
I agree, but for the time being, it's a cushy job and we're getting paid pretty well, ain't we?
I don't need to get paid. I just want to, like, hang out with you guys. That's the only reason I'm doing this. They're keeping us to stupid jobs. Stupid jobs. And she's like walking while talking now towards the spurt on because she thinks
Billy's following.
She's not even like saying that loud, but she just is going there. And like, what I'm wondering is how many times am I gonna have to do another stupid job before someone gives me like some respect? Because I can't go into any dang building without someone saying, "Oh, Diana, I know you because you said that my mom is a whore," and I didn't think say that. People just say stuff like that to me all the dang time, and I have to wonder to myself, like, am I gonna be the girl when I die that my gravestone says she was? No one liked her and everyone thought she was mean, or am I gonna be a girl when they die? I'm gonna say she did 2 jobs one time for a Titan that she didn't even respect. This is stupid. Oh my God. She like balls her fists and puts them against her forehead.
Bailey's. Go ahead.
Alan wants to pat her. Alan wants to pat her, maybe comfort her, totally platonic, by the way. He's gay.
I just picture Alan giving like Diana tried to like give her like a supportive pat on the back. It's like there.
And then he says, "But I like you." And
she just like stops mid-step and like turns her head over to Alan and like studies his face for a moment. That's so weird coming from you. But she isn't like upset, but she just looks very surprised.
did it work? Did she stop thinking about the negative stuff?
She seems more positive than before, but not like great.
Well,
At least it worked. At least it worked.
Diana, if you ever want to spend time together outside of work, you could ask. I have free time,
She pauses as if she had not thought of this before, and then just nods a little bit to herself. Yeah, that sounds nice, actually.
Alan makes a mental note. Make it 2 pelts.
Aww. Well, let's get this job done quicker the better, and well, then we can go find something to do, something relaxing, something that don't involve shooting people and picking up cursed items, and oh boy, now it's getting me too.
Just bury him in... Alan mentally thinks, just bury him in the softest, fluffiest furs he can find.
Well, okay. Diana gives Bailey the handkerchief back. Alright, what I was thinking is we can go back to... Well, actually, and she like puts a finger to her chin. New idea, new theory. We could go to like one of the ritzier clubs, because I don't know where Not usually goes, but like Golden Hills clubs are like vaguely more prestigious.
She's not. She's a ruler of Dustholm, though, and she doesn't like Icy or his people.
That is true.
So
Diana's just thinking.
Have met her. The place you met her before was the saloon, so that could be a place to start. Alternatively,
okay, Diana.
I will bring this up because in case it's just because it is an option. I'm not. If you just making that you guys are aware that this is an option. You could go right directly to her house.
I don't think Diana is interested in doing that at all.
I'm not going to her house.
I mean, God, we could though. Hold on, could we? Fuck.
It is an option.
Diana is
if you're looking for Not or her people, there's various places you can find her henchmen. But if you're trying to actually find Not herself, your best bets are probably, the Spurdon Saloon where you met her before, though. Whether or not she ends up is there is up to chance. Or you could actually try directly going to her house. It is on the territory map. There is a place that's marked Not's mansion. It's a place you can go.
Well, shit.
Two questions.
Yes.
What's the next? What's the weather like?
Oh, I never sight on that. I'm so sorry. Give me 1 second. I keep forgetting to do that. I am so sorry. Okay. It's sunny out. It's just it's pretty one of the very average hot clear day in Rivayle. It's just sunny as ever. Not about the most typical weather you guys typically have. But I would classify it as sunny.
I can see up to a mile in almost perfect detail. Can I look around and see if Not is anywhere?
Just looking.
So you look at. So all right, Bailey. You decide to look around. Look, Dustholm downtown. Bailey, roll squint.
Squint. I shouldn't check what it is. I'm pretty sure it's a 1, but I just want to make sure. Yes.
Also, I appreciate Dilf Chaser Alon. Very understandable.
Oh.
So, despite Bailey having very good vision, thanks to their weather-based magic on this nice sunny day, they're able to get a good look at just a good area of Dustholm, but they don't see in particular around. However, what they do notice is they noticed one of her henchmen walk into the Spurred-On saloon.
Yippee!
So even though you failed to find, not specifically, I figure since you do have that seeing things, yeah, the big deal. So you did catch something adjacent at least.
How many of Not-Not's minions are in the saloon?
Bailey saw one person go in.
Oh, burning sunlight, guide my gaze to our goal. Ooh, that might be something. You might be right, Diana. I saw one of the lackeys go into Spurred-On.
Of course I'm right. She just keeps walking towards it. I guess, yeah, they're just she's just going. I don't think she's checking if the other two are following, but she is walking towards it now.
Yeah. Bailey goes to follow almost immediately and looks back to check if Alan is coming.
Alright, so you decide to go to you saw one of Not's henchmen going to Spurred-On, so that's where you're headed.
Yippee!
I hope there's not a brawl going on.
Not the Varfight Blitz.
So you head into Spurred-On, and it looks pretty much how it normally does for its usual folk. But you do see, including the one that Bailey noticed walked in, a couple of, I'd say about 3 of Not's henchmen by the bar.
Are there any empty seats nearby? Empty seats near those.
The only person in the saloon you recognize. Well, there isn't anyone specifically in the saloon you currently recognize. It's a bunch of various Dustholm citizens, some tougher looking folks, probably some outlaws or some bandits, and thankfully here to have a meal and not rob anybody, maybe. And then, yeah, like I said, about 3 of Not's henchmen over by the bar, all sitting together. One of them is the one that you saw walk in.
Diana immediately starts scouring the crowd to see if Zero is there.
Roll squint.
Oh boy. I'm upset that you had to make me roll that. Okay. Roll 2d6. Bang. 4 and a 4.
Zero, the master of stealth.
It's up to Diana. She has eyes for looking.
Diana thoroughly looks around Spurred-On and see that Zero is not here, nor are there any syndicate employees. It's
Thank
just
God.
the typical folk that you would expect to see in Spurred-On, which does include the Knots henchmen, as this is not Knots territory.
Perfect. She, figuring that out, immediately seems somewhat relieved, and then, just straight up, as she was walking in, does not pause in her stepping rhythm at all, and just keeps walking right to the henchman, and taps one of them on the shoulder. Hey, excuse me, can I ask you a question?
So, the henchman, we'll say it's the middle one in their sort of group of 3, who's right over there. The henchman turns to her and says, "What is it, miss?"
I'm looking to speak to your boss, Miss Not. Is she here? Is she coming here? Do you know where she is?
The henchman kind of smirks and turns to his the other 2 guys, other 2 henchmen. He's like, "Why do you want to see it?" And they all kind of smirk at each other, and then he looks back at Ned and says, "Why do you want to see Lady Not?"
She squints very hard. Private lady things.
The power of lesbians compels you. The power of lesbians compels you.
Girls love Beam. Go.
You got business with her or something? The guy just seems.
I said private lady things. I can't talk to boys about it. She looks away, like, kind of like trying to look fake embarrassed, but for Diana, it's pretty sellable.
The guy just frowns. He just seems kind of. He just kind of frowns. He's just like, ugh.
Does he not even answer?
He just kind of scoffs and rolls his eyes, and he says, "Well, maybe I could tell you something, but what's in it for me?"
Well, what's in it for? Isn't this your job? You work for her. Why do I have to do something for you?
Because I don't even know what your business.
I'm not gonna go to a supermarket. I'm not going to a supermarket and I go to one of the people there and say, "Hey, I want to buy an apple." And they say, "All right, you owe me money, and now you also have to do me a favor and clean my house." That's what? Oh my God.
The henchman just kind of looks at her very confused, like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
Well, I'm asking you if you know where your boss is. That isn't like a deal. I'm not. Why would you get something out of this? This isn't something you normally pay someone for. I don't go to a sheriff and pay him to tell me where the crimes are happening.
The guy just kind of says, "Information's a valuable commodity, ma'am. I don't even know what business you got with Lady Not Not."
All right, Haley, you want me to buy you a drink?
The guy thinks about this for a moment. Maybe we could start with that. Alright.
Start with... Okay, well, what do you want then?
Well, sorry.
Sorry.
Get me a beer, and maybe get all three of us some beers, and maybe we can talk over that.
She immediately shakes her head. No, I'm not doing this until you tell me concretely what you want, because I don't want you changing your mind when I buy you something.
The guy just says, "Suit yourself," and then he turns around and goes back to kind of just starts ignoring, just stops talking to her. Just goes back to he's talking to the other henchmen, and you can't quite hear what they're saying. They're kind of like talking about some. They clearly don't want other people to hear. But now he's just kind of
restrains herself very well to not yell things or punch them, and just walks back to her group very slowly, very tight steps. They don't want to tell me where she is.
What? I wish I can roll to eavesdrop.
Ooh.
I wish I can roll to eavesdrop, but I have no clue what to roll.
Let me see about that. I think it would be. I'm gonna say that's gonna be Guile.
Which one?
Yeah. Roll. So what is Alan doing? Is Alan approaching the henchman and trying to eavesdrop on them?
He would try to not so subtly sit by those three and try to listen in on them.
All right. Roll
His
Guile.
hat is so noticeable.
Yeah. Okay, roll Guile.
Where is
You have a 1 in Guile.
Yeah, 1d6.
Not the one. Not the one.
Aww.
Is it the hat? Is it the hat?
So yeah, Alan tries to listen in on the henchman, and unfortunately, he can't hear what they're talking about.
Ah, tragic.
Diana looks at Bailey. Do you got any ideas?
Well, I don't want to go up and flash my badge if I can help it.
I don't say you had to do that.
I know, I'm just thinking. Maybe just do what they ask. I hate to say it, but
And that's the thing, they're not telling me what they're asking. I asked them to tell me what they want, and they said no until I buy them beer. And like, I don't mind spending money. I'm not exactly a frivolous money holder. She stops because she doesn't know what to say and just looks away from it and then looks back. But like, I don't know if they're gonna ask me to go kill someone. And if they do ask me to go kill someone, I'm gonna. And she holds herself back when it's very obvious she was gonna say kill herself, but she doesn't say it out loud.
oh my. Well, I think you buy him a drink, hear him out. If it's something that you can't do for moral reasons or just because you don't feel like it, I guess, then you can refuse. But I suppose it's best to at least hear the terms of our agreement first, if you're okay with it.
She just gives the most melodramatic sigh. Alright, fine, whatever, fine, okay. She just goes back up to them and taps the same guy as before. Alright, I'll buy you a beer.
So the guys turn around and smirk. Oh, glad you saw. Well, that's mighty generous of you, miss. And they just sort of, but you know they're kind of being really smug about it. And so you buy them. So you buy them the beer. All three of them gets some beer. They start having their drinks, and and now the group is sitting with them, and one of the guys notices as they're drinking, he notices Bailey's badge, and he says, "Hey, law folk."
Yes? Why is that relevant?
You can tell the guy kind of squints at you, and then he whispers something to the it was a guy on the left. In the center whispers to the center henchman, and it's like, and the center henchman also just kind of like gives like this kind of squinting, skeptical look at Bailey, and then to Diana. But then he kind of looks at Diana and he says, "So, tell me more about what it is. What's got you interested in Lady Not Not?"
Diana, like, flicks her eyes to Alan and Bailey, as if like, do you want me to talk about it, or do you want to like say something else? She's like, her eyes are very clearly reading that she doesn't think they should be talking about it. She doesn't know how to lie.
Maybe don't.
Yeah.
Say you're looking to buy something, and you think she might have some top tips.
Oh, girl tips. This is so true. She looks back at them, and she takes like a very deep breath. She's very clearly trying to calm herself down. Alright, well, you see, I'm actually familiar with Lady Not Not already. We met up a few weeks ago. Was it weeks? I don't know. And she just like shrugs a bit. But we got on a little bit, and she told me that, we had a drink together at this very saloon here. She gave me some wine of hers that she really liked. And so she said to me that she knew some real good wines and to come talk to her again if I ever wanted to get some more. And frankly, I want to get some more wines. I'm really interested in her tastes and stuff like that. I got some problems I want to deal with, and frankly, drowning them down in alcohol right now sounds mighty fine.
So the center guy kind of thinks, but then the guy on the guy on the left, one of the other guys, I don't know about this, Clyde. I think she's associating with some law folk. This seems mighty. He gives like a look of like, I'm not trust this, and And he's got he's got a point. What's fact you're seem to be working with this here deputy gives us a little bit of, well, room for doubt. Not.
You don't have to doubt me at all. Vincent hates me. She just says that very matter of factly.
Hey, we didn't say nothing about working. We're just friends.
And why are you hanging out with one of his deputies?
Because I like them and not him. I don't have to like. I can hate someone's boss and not hate them. You know, it's not very hard.
They seem a little unconvinced, but Diana, roll straight talk.
Shit, I have a 1 in that, I think, right?
Let me check. I can check.
Double checking. I do. Okay.
Okay, yeah, 1d6.
Wait, hold on. Do I have anything to call on? Does gossip give me straight talk? Oh no. Wait. That gives me class. Oh, fuck you. Gossip, that's talking. Bleh. 1d6. It's a 6, thank God. Thank God. Oh, thank God. It's a 6.
Dice. Dice.
Nice. All right. So the guys.
The 6 queen.
So one of the guys over another one of the guys beside the center guy, whose name is apparently Clyde. One of Clyde's other lackeys, or one of his fellow henchmen, is like, hey, you know, I think I do remember. I think actually, you look kind of familiar. Hey, I think you were the lady that was chatting with. Can't remember how long ago it was now, but last time she was here. But yeah, last time she was here, you remember that too, don't you, Clyde? And he turns to Clyde, the center guy, and he says, actually, yeah, now I do. All right. Seems you were telling. Seems you were trying to pull the wool over on our eyes. All right.
Of course I wasn't. You're just being. Listen, I want to know. Can you just speed this up? I got places to be.
Well, you can pardon our skepticism considering you're associating Vincent's folk. But, here. Since you seem to already have a leg in with Our Lady, as it were, he takes something out, the center guy, Clyde, takes something out of his pocket, and he, takes something out of his pocket, and it's a little card, and he hands it to Diana. It's got that sort of you notice that pattern that's like on the inside of Not-Not's coat, where it's like the red and the gold, and it's got that, and it's got another some other kind of symbol on it. It's something you don't reckon. It's the what's on it is there's this. It's this card with that sort of pattern, and also this box it looks like a pattern logo type thing that looks like one of Not-Not's boxes. And he hands you this. Clyde said, you know where Lady Not lives, right?
Yeah, vaguely familiar. I'll find my way there.
If you show that to her help, you might be able to go and see her.
Alright, well, thank you. And then she immediately starts standing up to go leave.
Appreciate the beer enough, but just in case, you didn't get that thing from us.
Yeah, sure. Alright.
The guy smirks, and then he just kind of goes back to drinking his beer with his fellow henchmen.
I guess Diana just cues for them to leave.
I'll leave. We don't have anything else we need to do here, right?
Not that I can think of.
Other than drinking, I don't know.
Yeah, it seems like you got a little something that apparently now if you go to Not Not's house, that gold card thing that they gave you, they might let you in.
Slay! Right, I guess Diana leads the way.
Alright, so moment. Alright. So you leave the saloon and you head to the nearest train station in Dustholm. And you decide you're going to so you guys are going to try to go to Knott's house?
Yeah.
Seems like it.
Alright. You notice the train ticket there is a tad expensive, but with your discount from Icy, it only works out to about 50 gold each.
Oh wait, how much gold did Diana lose from giving them the beer?
100. Oh.
Oh, true. Yeah, we'll say she lost. It was 100
Okay.
buying all of the beer.
She's already lost like $400 today. Lovely.
And it's another 50 to get you to and it's another 50 to get you guys to Knott's place.
All right.
Can Alan pitch it?
Yeah, I'll pay.
Yep, of course.
Aww. Besties. Heart, heart, heart.
Three Stooges more like.
Oh, true, accurate.
But you approach Knott's mansion, and obviously none of you have ever been here before. It's a pretty nice looking place. It's not quite as ritzy as Icy's, at least not from the outside, but it's good. It's good looking, and it's got some, and you can tell there's some henchmen around. So as you kind of approach the property, one of the henchmen comes up to you and says, Something I can help you all with?
Diana doesn't even say anything. She just flashes the card up.
So the guy's eyes wide, the henchman's eyes widen when he sees this. See, right this way, and he leads the posse over up the door. The door's open, and he leads the posse inside. And inside, you are now inside of Not Not's house.
Yippee! Sleepover!
She doesn't seem to be around, though.
Oh, bullshit.
Lady Not, you have guests. He goes calling for it. It's like he's looking around. They're in this really nice living room with like a chandelier, and you notice a portrait over the fireplace of a woman you don't recognize. She has blonde hair and looks like I think it's green eyes. I can't zoom in on the background from here. Oh no, wait, yes I can maybe. Yeah. She has blonde hair, green eyes. You don't recognize her. You don't know who this woman is. She's also dressed in some really old-fashioned looking clothes. It almost looks like a knight's armor. Like she's almost sort of you only recognize it as like some very old-fashioned Rivaylian clothing that's like steel, and it vaguely sort of resembles like a knight's armor.
Alan fights the urge to tap it. see if there's something inside.
But the other henchman who led you in here turns to you and says, "I apologize. Would y'all mind waiting here for a moment?"
Yeah, sure. All right.
So he leaves for a moment and he just leaves you here for a bit in Knott's living room.
just sits down on one of the couches.
Yeah,
Just starts fiddling with her hair.
You Bailey will sit down as well, or lean on something.
Yeah.
Like lean on the couch.
He can sit down. He has the right.
Certainly a ritzy place, ain't it? Goodness.
Yeah, sure is ritzy. And she just kind of picks at her nose. Not picks at her nose, like scratches her nose. Fuck.
Yeah, it's really nice. It's definitely, you know, the nicest place that's technically in Dustholm. It's interesting because it's actually kind of on the side. It's considered part of Dustholm because that's Nott's territory, but it's actually, in terms of where it is on Rivayle's map, it's closer to the area that's where most of the Golden Hills is located. So, it's sort of, you could almost say it's sort of like a Golden Hills area, which makes sense because it's, you know, it's such a nice property, but it's part of Dustholm because that's part of Nott's territory. As a result, it's kind of in that sort of little secluded area. You know, that's not really with the rest of Dustholm. But it's also kind of secluded off from the Golden Hills as well.
She may be the leader of the poor people, but she does not want to be associated with the poor people.
Yes. So you just kind of have a moment to look around the area.
I guess if anything, Diana would look at the painting more closely, but that's probably it.
Yeah, so you look at the painting. And again, this isn't someone you recognize. Her clothing is very old-fashioned. You have no idea who this is, but it does make you wonder, like, who would not have a portrait of up in her house.
Diana sure is wondering. That's about it.
Previous Titan, maybe? That's my theory, anyway.
Yeah, that seems to check out. How many Titans do you think there's been anyway? Because I only know the one. And you think I know more, because there's been more. I'm gonna guess 8. Like, total. There's 3 now. There's been 5 others, that's my guess.
5 others, huh? So, well,
I don't think there's gonna be that much, because, like, how long have these ones been around to the point where we don't know any of the other old ones, really?
True.
I think my theory is if one of them dies, a new one just kind of emerges from, like, their corpse. Kind of like a Legend of the Phoenix situation. So, like, if I... Actually, I shouldn't be talking about killing them in one of their houses, should I? She looks around.
No, go on. I'm enjoying this conversation.
Okay. I didn't know the end of Diana's thoughts. She'd probably stop there. But I guess maybe she'd, like, look at Alon. I know that it's not a secret that I don't really like being in places like this. Does this kind of stuff piss you off, too?
Are you there, Chemist?
Chemist?
Are you there, Chemist?
Yeah, I'm here. I got distracted.
It's okay.
It's okay.
Diana asked Alon if being in rich places pissed him off.
Alan doesn't really care overly much. He doesn't really care much. A person's a person. He'll shoot anyone who's a dick.
Good attitude to have.
It's an attitude I wish I had.
Based?
It's true. Based, Alon. Based
on what?
I can't make a pun for Diana.
That's good.
Based on what?
Based on what?
Based on what? Yeah.
An apartment complex? No, I find it quite simple.
Wait, no, wait. Okay, Diana. I think
they do that.
I think Diana would be a shrimp fried this rice, and Bailey would be apartment complex. I find it simple.
Yeah. this is
No, that's good. That's so accurate.
Based on what?
No, that is that exact. That is the exact meme. If that triangle is based on what is Zalon. Apartment complex. I find it quite simple. Is Bailey, and you're telling me you should try this, right?
Is Diana? I'm hearing it in her voice now.
I think of all the ones I know, the one that's most like Diana is a sleeper agent. Yeah, I hope they get a nap time.
Okay. No, that's great, but okay. So you've waited here. You've waited here for a moment, speculated about the Titans, and the henchman comes back. I'm so very sorry, but it seems that Miss Lady Knott's already headed out to an engagement she had tonight.
Do you want us to wait here for her, or should we go follow her?
Well, it's going to be quite some time before she gets back. I could He thinks for a moment as he looks over at Bailey. Is like, And he's just like, it's just like, and it's like, and he sort of walks up to Diana and says, "Ma'am, can I talk to you for a moment? Over there, away from Lamb."
Oh. Yeah, sure. All right. She just pushes up and walks over.
All right. So the Diana and this henchman go into another room in Knott's house, and she's now the location that Lady Knott headed tonight is not something we want the law folk being privy to, if you catch my drift.
Oh, yeah, I understand. Don't worry about it.
I'm unfortunately quite worried about it, as they seem to be part of your posse.
Oh, yeah, that's what you meant. Okay, that makes more sense. She, clicks her tongue for a moment. Do you want me to, leave them? Or are you saying something else?
What do you think it would take to buy your friend's silence?
Buy their silence? Oh, Christ alive. I just got Titans alive. I spent a lot of money today. She thinks for a bit. Well, I mean, what do you want? You want a favor? I can do you a favor. I don't have a lot of cash on me right now, I don't think. Well, no. I guess I do have a lot of cash on me right now. I don't know. What are you asking?
Well, I need to be certain that your friend ain't gonna squeal.
Nah, I don't think they're a squealer. More of a yelper, if anything.
Ain't sure.
Whoa, what?
She doesn't mean it like that. She just if Bailey got shot, she was expecting that they would yelp more than anything.
Yeah, I think they would.
That's just it's Diana. I don't know.
So, perhaps it's best if we discuss this. Perhaps it's best if we bring them into the discussion. So the henchman leads Diana back out to the room, and the henchman now approaches Bailey. So, Lawfo, what will it take to keep you quiet about a certain something?
Bailey kind of smirks a little as they look up. Oh, now that is a good question. I've never been in this position before. What will it take to bind... They're kind of tapping their chin. What will it take to bind my silence?
Alan thinks and has a simple conclusion. An entire fucking house.
Yeah, give me this. I want this mansion. That's what I
would
want.
like one house, please. With all the furniture.
An entire fucking house
The
away
guy-
from all this. all this politicking and weirdness. Just
Mm.
The henchman kind of rolls his eyes, kind of sees that Bailey's kind of milking this. Is like, we could offer some transportation, perhaps in the form some ease of transportation, perhaps the form of a bullet bike or some such.
Oh my. Yeah, well, they actually seem a little surprised that he's actually willing to give that up, but I believe that should do quite nicely, yes.
So we have your agreement that what the information that I'm about to disclose to you, you will not make Sheriff Vincent privy to. Am I correct?
They like zip their lips.
Diana gasps in sudden realization. Oh, I thought you wanted us to pay you. This makes more sense. Okay, I get this now.
Henchman just kind of raises his brow, like, "Oh, all right, very well." So, he takes something out of his suit jacket, and it's some kind of a paper, and he signs it, and he hands it to, and he hands it to Bailey. And you can see it that it's basically it's another paper. You can tell it's written like all of the Titans seem to have their own set of special papers and special stationaries and stuff like that.
Oh my god, it's even got a watermark.
So I think sorry. No, it worked. Okay, sorry. So you could say it's basically a request. It's basically a request from not herself. It was written by her henchman, but I guess this guy has the permissions to do that. To where if Bailey goes to this particular dealer of vehicles, they will receive a bullet bike on behalf of Not.
Sick as shit.
So and the henchman says, now, and do understand, if we find out that this agreement is broken, there will be, he kind of cracks his knuckles, looking like the tough guy that he is, and says, consequences. So, congrats, Bailey, you basically just made a deal with the Mafia.
Understandable.
Confetti, confetti, confetti. Party popper.
Alright, and then so like, where Lady Knot has got tonight, you want to go to the Dust Home Church. Look for a priest with a scar on over his right eye. Tell him the password, which is, I can't think of a password. He just tells you a password. it's some weird phrase, like, you know, it's the kind of thing. It's the kind of like, what?
The dog has slept in the blankets.
You know what? I'll take that. The sleeping dog lies in the blankets.
Awesome.
But
is it a big dog though?
You tell
big dog or little dog?
Tell the priest with the scar over his right eye. The dog is the sleeping dog lies in the blankets. It'll take you where you need to go.
Alright. I guess that's it.
Okay.
Do we just leave?
Yeah, I guess so. So now, if you
Cool.
excuse me, you'd best be on your way. I'm sure Lady Knot wouldn't appreciate anyone hanging around her house when she ain't home any longer than necessary.
Yeah, you got a point. Alright. Thank you very much, sir.
So the posse leaves, and it seems that you need to go to the church in Dustholm.
Puts hands together, bends to floor. Selena, please be there. Please, Selena. Selena, please. Please, Selena. I love you. Selena, please be there. Oh.
Alright. So The ticket was already paid for. It was one of those. It was a round trip, and you head back to. So you head back to Dustholm, and you approach the church, which is that small little church there. You also know it is kind of an orphanage. You go around there, and there's typically a lot of kids hanging around. But you head to this. But you entered the church. It's kind of early in the evening now, and you find that there appears to be only one person inside. For at least just as you walk in, you see a young woman sitting. You see a young woman sitting at I have been moving. I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. I messed up something in Roll20, but it should be fine now. You see a young woman sitting at a table sort of towards the front of the church as you walk in. She's wearing what is kind of what you might describe as sort of customized. She looks customized nun wear. She's sort of got the outfit of a nun, but it's been like kind of. Oh, sorry. Go on.
It's Selena!
Yep. So her outfit is kind of customized, made a little bit more. To be a little bit more customized. But you can still tell the basis of it was like definitely one of the nuns' outfits that they wear here at the church. She's got bright orange hair tied up in a purplish or bluish ribbon. And she's sitting there reading a book, but she notices you as you walk in, and she approaches you, and says, "Oh, how can I? Oh, I'm sorry. Where is this? Okay, yes. Oh, how can I help you, folks? You're quite a...
Hi there, ma'am. We're looking for a priest with a scar over his eye, I think.
This woman, who you do not know, but yes, who is in fact Selena. Yes, it is Selena. You don't know her name yet. This is the first time any of you have met her. But she is here. She is here. This is her. And and as soon as you mention this guy, she just puts her hands on her hips, kind of frowns and says, "Oh, him. He's in the back."
Can we go in the back?
Why do you want to talk to him? Why do you want to see him? She's looking at you kind of suspiciously.
What does it matter to you?
Well, if you ask, since you asked me, I know he's a part, that fellow here, for one thing, he normally ain't from this church. He's from Eidos up in the Golden Hills. And they've sent him down here recently because the abbess has been in need of a bit of extra help. Ever since something has just felt off about the guy. You know what I'm talking about?
I mean, sure, I guess. It's not my concern.
Well,
and now we got a couple of strangers coming in here. Folks I ain't ever seen coming in here for the sermons or nothing, asking to see him. It's a little bit suspicious. Who are you, folks?
Well, I was gonna say.
No, go ahead.
Well, you, may I ask your name, ma'am?
Oh, Selena.
Bailey. Pleasure to meet you.
She noticed. Hold on. Selena notices as she introducing herself. She notices Bailey's badge. And she says, "Oh, you're a deputy. You know Miser."
Yeah. Well, yes. Do you?
Yeah. Oh, we've been friends since we were kids. Ain't never been able to get rid of them. She kind of says with a laugh. We grew up here in the orphanage together. How's he been faring? How's it been faring over with the deputy work?
Oh, he's as eager as always. Really throws himself into his work, poor little guy. But you know, he's fine, smiling, helping folks as best he can. Bailey is trying very hard not to mention what happened a few weeks ago.
Selena,
Alan finds the urge to call him a puppy.
Selena smiles. And she's glad. You can tell she's happy. She's like, well, that's good to hear. I'm glad he's been doing all right. I do worry about that boy. Quite a lot. More than I'd like to admit. But known someone so long, you can't help it. And she just sort of, you can tell she's sort of blushing a little bit, but then she sort of just goes, anyway. Are you here on some kind of law business?
Something like that, yes. As you said, we have heard tales of something being off about this new priest with the scar over his eye, and we've kind of ensured there's nothing shady going on. And they kind of laugh themselves. Unfortunately, you are right that I don't come to many sermons. Deputy work keeps one busy, but I like to think I say my morning prayers as much as I can, kind of trying to leverage the pious reception here, or the reputation rather.
I understand. Be perfectly honest, well, it's a little strange to me that folks would even take some of their time to come and just pray to some gods that may or may not even be hearing them.
Well, I suppose people will always try to find hope wherever they can in a world like this. Can't fault them for it.
True, I suppose. Well, I just think there might be better places to find hope than, I know this is a strange thing for a sister like me to say, but, sometimes I really doubt if there's anything out there that's greater than you and me. Even the Titans, they're just demigods. They ain't real. They aren't real divinities. Not like not like the ones that worship the ones that I was talking about. Folks worshiping here. Though we do have a few have a few folks worshiping the Titans, and if that ain't misguided, I don't know what is.
Right. Bailey seems to instantly kind of take a shine to her. Honestly. You ain't the only one who, suffice to say, sometimes I wonder if the folks I'm locking up ain't the ones that need help most of all.
Right? It's nice to find someone who understands what I'm saying. Often finds when I I don't talk about this often, but on rare occasions I do. Folks tend to look at me like I've either gone crazy or just fell into some kind of horrible, miserable pit of despair. I don't seem that depressed now, do I? She says, almost kind of saying it in the way it's like, please validate me. I'm not depressed.
To tell
I think you look like any other woman.
Yeah.
She's almost kind of looking for confirmation of validation herself. She's like, and she seems to get it, and she has a very more believed on expression on her face when Bailey seems to validate her in that way, and she's like, see, anyway, I'm also glad someone else is here to see if something's up with that priest. He's in the back there, and I'll let you folks go and sorry, brain stutters. I'll let you folks go in and proceed on with whatever it is you're up, whatever it is you're trying to look into.
Thank you kindly, ma'am. She tips her hat a bit.
My pleasure. Best of luck to you.
I think the mental image of Diana tipping her hat is very funny because it already perfectly snug on her head.
Yeah.
So she's literally just
really
patting it down.
Not gonna lie, a scarred priest in with an orphanage and an assassin nun, it gives me Helsing vibes. I've been watching way too much Helsing lately.
Super fair.
But all right. So you guys head to the
So
room.
now I imagine the priest to be Alexander motherfucking Anderson.
Unbelievable.
Okay, well, you guys head to this back room that's Selena mentioned, and you may or might notice as you do that she's kind of following you, but she's kind of following you like in a way where she's kind of trying to make it seem like she's not trying to follow you. Like she's staying just far enough behind you, where there's like some plausible deniability that she's kind of going in your direction too, because she's clearly also interested in. Well, you hit it off with her, and she's kind of interested in like obviously she's been suspicious of this dude too. So, go ahead, Sal.
This is making me like Selena more than the actual canon campaign did.
Hey, I love Selena. She's a horrible person, but I love her.
Selena, oh my god.
See, I love Selena. She's a horrible person, but I love her. So
You weren't even testing for that.
I wasn't even testing that. Great. Okay, you go over to this room. You go into the room, closing the door behind you, but Selena is like right up against the door after you close it, trying to listen into whatever's going on in there. And you inside, you see you see a guy that is what the let me bring this up on Roll20 too. You see a guy that's pretty much as the Nox henchman described. It's this fellow in a priest robes, but he's also got this golden, kind of gold purple amulet around his neck and this short spiky black hair. He's got the scar over his right eye, and you see him.
Oh.
And you see him. He's looking at some papers. You're not sure kind of what sure they are. It could be something related to the church, but it could be not. As far as you know, he's just looking at these a bunch of papers, and he notices you.
Huh?
And he notices you come in. It's like, oh, can I help you, folks?
I remember him.
Yeah, it's the shady priest. It's this. You're thinking this priest guy. He's looking pretty shady.
Alan mentally
He's shady.
He's very shady. You've encountered one.
He's younger than I imagined. Alan thinks. He's younger. He's used to Delphs.
He's used to like one.
Hey, just because he's a holy quote unquote man doesn't necessarily mean he's old. Like, see, Selena's technically a sister, and she's quite young.
She's a little baby. Actually, a baby. Should they just immediately go up and say the password, or like, do we want to?
That's up to you.
him? I'm asking the boys. I'm asking my besties.
Let's try and suss out what he's up to, or what he's got in here, and then we'll figure it out.
Fair enough. Give me 1 second. My dog is causing a fuss.
Okay, 1 second too. I just gotta get up for a minute. And have a drink while I'm at it to stay hydrated so my brain stops buffering. Or doesn't buffer for as long, rather.
Okay, she's fine. So should we just like? I'm hesitant to just say shit because Selena is listening as much as I would like to just say shit, and as much as Diana would like to just say shit. So, maybe. I don't know. I'll let you know when I get back, I guess.
Take your time.
Currently, my only thought is just genuinely ask him how his day is going. That's probably what Diana would do.
Okay, so how are you guys approaching this? This guy, you walked in, this guy notices you, he's asking you, can I help you?
Diana responds with, "How's your day? How's your day been?"
The guy the guy kind of shrugs and smiles, and he says, "Oh, can't complain, I suppose. Though on Monday nights I usually have the place to myself. The abbess out takes the kids out to play at some park, and they while the woman humanity walked in, she's usually out on some kind of business. She never talks about it, but suppose it's no interest of mine."
Did you see us talking to her?
Oh.
She asked if. Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. No, I've been back here. It's the first I've seen you folks come in.
Oh, alright. Well, she looks to Bailey. Do you want to talk about it, or?
I mean, you can if you'd like.
She...
Alright, Alan, you know what that means. It's your turn. I love the thing you pointed out during the week of, like, if Diana and Bailey don't want to do something, they just, like, no, you do it back and forth forever, then Alan will actually go up and do
I was
it.
just thinking about that. Alan, do you actually... Thomas, do you wanna talk to him?
Camus, you there?
I suppose I could.
I don't know if Thomas is there. Uh-oh.
Camus, you there? Have we lost you?
Oh no! Thomas has been lost! Oh no! Oh shit, I'm worried they fell asleep again.
Oh no!
I don't want to play a loud sound because that's mean, but like I'm worried.
Oh no, okay, I'll close my ears.
No, I'm not actually going to, oh my god.
Okay.
No, I'm just joking. Just
Okay.
joshing you.
Yeah, are you there, Camus?
Yeah.
There you are, okay.
Yeah.
You okay?
Are you okay?
4 hours of sleep. 4 hours of sleep.
If you're not feeling well, I'll try to have the rest of things go as quickly as possible. If that would be better.
Would that be alright?
Yeah. I'll try and have things be a little faster from here on out.
Thanks.
Oh, no
And,
problem.
Right now
sorry
they're
about
asking... No, it's okay.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Sorry about all this.
No, it's okay. Okay,
Okay.
I want you to feel better and get some rest. So it's totally fine.
Yeah, right now, they're talking to the shady priest, and Diana and Bailey were wondering if Alon should go talk to him. Are you okay with doing that, or would you rather me do it?
Well, I'm alright. While the two were talking to the priest, Alan's been looking around. First time in a church. Not much pomp and circumstance. Less than he expected. Not gonna lie.
It's pretty simple. The Just Home Church is definitely the more modest one. Now, if you want the real fancy church, you go to Eidos up in the Golden Hills, which apparently what this guy is from, according to Selena, he's not normally a priest from this church. He's normally up from the Golden Hills, but she said the abbess who runs this church needed some extra help, so it seems like he got sent down from that other branch to come and help out. Apparently. At least that's what she seems to believe.
I have a stupid idea.
Yes.
Alan has a very stupid idea.
What is it?
Blank? Would you like first? I sell first.
So you go up to the guy and ask, would you like to buy a fur? Is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Oh.
It
So
can be-
so Alan does that, and the priest looks at Alan and says, "Furs?
Yes.
What do you got?"
Big first, small first. I once skinned a bear not too long ago.
Oh,
A bear?
He
Even Diana,
kind
I
of
suppose.
raises his brow and tree that a bear. bearskin rug would look pretty nice. Would look pretty nice at my place.
I also have smaller furs. It can be made beds for pets, like a blanket for a dog.
Blanket. Oh, When you mention the blanket for a dog, he definitely gives you a particular look. It's like, yes. A lot of people come around here asking me about blankets for dogs.
Alan looks at his posse as if asking them, "Did I do this right?"
Yes. Well, you know what they say: the sleeping dog does lie in the blankets.
Diana just nods.
So the priest, when he hears the
clear.
password, he immediately smirks. He's like, "All right, we can drop the act. I know why you folks are here. Come with me." And he stands up. He puts his papers down. And he starts leading the folks to. So they're basically in an area where there's like a couple of this area. By the way, it has it's another like a place in the church where there's like a bunch of pews, and over near sort of up like. I'm having trouble describing this, but like there's an area kind of off where around one of the pews that's like sort of like it's not an that's there's sorry, I'm just okay. where the wood looks a little where you notice something kind of weird about the where the wood looks a little discolored. So it's sort of off in the corner. The wood looks a little discolored. So you go over. So he leads you over there. He sort of pushes the pew forward, and he pulls up looks at the discolored wood. He pulls it up because it turns out this wood is discolored because it's different from the rest of the floorboards. And he pulls it up and reveals something like a trapdoor.
Ooh.
Indiana Jones style.
Yeah. So he opens up. There's like this trap door that he's opened up on the floor inside the church, and he's like, "You just want to go here and go on through this tunnel. It'll take you right there."
Thank you very much.
Alan does look at the shady priest and tells him, "I am serious about the furs."
Tell you. Tell you where can I find you when I'm not on duty?
I'm often around the Golden Hills. Just ask for the outsider with the big hat.
Like the guy sort of chuckles and nods. Understood. That's where I'm normally from, so I'll probably run into you sometime. Although also I also appreciate y'all's business. As he says, as he kind of leaves you guys to go into the tunnel, going back to whatever he was doing with those papers. But yeah, now you have this. You've been led into this. So yeah, I guess you got to go down into the tunnel.
Before Diana steps in, she grabs her hair and holds it in a bundle in front of her to not get it dirty.
All right, you all head into the tunnel.
All
right.
Oh shit!
Alan enters the secret tunnel, and his hat and the antlers hits the ceiling on the entrance on his way in.
So you're going.
Are you alright?
You're... Alan, you okay?
Alan's alright, but his hat keeps getting snagged.
Brutal.
Yeah, you're walking through this tunnel. It's kind of this narrow tunnel, and maybe it is a little bit tough for
So Alan takes off the hat and carries it.
So you're going through this tunnel, and you're walking for a little while. You walk for about 10, maybe 15 minutes, and you finally get to the end of the tunnel. And when you get there, you end up in this area that is still definitely very clearly still underground, but it's led you to this underground area outside of the city. A sort of a bit of a ways outside the city. And the best way you could describe it is an underground hideout. There is tarps everywhere, kind of around parts where probably if you were to, you can see like some parts of the ceiling where it's like there's some of the, because it's kind of late in the evening now. This place is the lighting, and most of the lighting in this place is this metal chandelier hanging from like these like wooden rafters that have been set up sort of near the top part around kind of the holes leading in with you know what? I'm terrible at describing this kind of stuff, especially on the fly. You know Bunny and Baron's hideout from the game?
Yeah.
It's that, but none of their stuff is here. Except for the chandelier. No stuff that's like specific to Bunny and Baron is here. It's the same place, but it's
Canon. They took over after the diehard drifters made a mess of.
But it's got like some of the same stuff. Like there's still the stuff like there's like the kegs with the skull with the cow skull with the cow or the bull skull above it. There's the chandelier. There's like a little area with like a chair and like a table and stuff, and but you notice that the main things that are here are the chandelier, because that's like the source of the light, since it's nighttime, and during the day this place would be lit up with like the sun coming in from the ceiling, and like what's coming in through the tarps that are like kind of covering some of those like there's areas that would lead like to other parts of the underground or to outside. There's the chandelier that's got some candles on it that's providing most of the light. There's kind of a little area off to the side with a table and some chairs, but there's also a table up front and a chair with like a very large table, and then there's a whole bunch of chairs like kind of around that, like up front. It's almost like a little stage, but like not really. It's sort of like a raised up area where the chair and that table is, and then there's some tables of her. Like I said, I'm kind of terrible at describing this. It's very similar though to looking to what I got the image up on Roll20. You guys should be able to see it. But
yeah, I can see it.
Yes, and there is some and as you enter, you notice there are already, of course, some people here. Some of them you recognize. You notice over on one side is the as they call themselves, the Gunner Gal trio. Outlaw Gunner and her two bandit girl besties are over hanging around on one side.
Team Rocket!
What?
Team Rocket!
And then over by the table and the sort of table and chairs is this sort of, you notice there's this woman who has short brown hair with some pink, some sort of pink highlights, but it's a part of her hair kind of sticks up. You can tell it's her hair, but it's sort of funny that her hair kind of sticks up like devil horns, and she's wearing this outfit that's like almost kind of witchy, that's got like pink and black with little skulls on it, and she has this little scepter that has like a skull on it and some roses and some thorns, and she's like sitting over there on her table and chair, and this table is spread out with all this like kind of mystical looking stuff. She looks like a sorceress, but she looks a little bit like a bit of a spooky sorceress. She has almost kind of a voodoo vibe to her, and she's over there. And then sitting at the front, at sort of on the little raised up, almost stage-like area with a table and some, with a chair and some tables, is a band who is, you can't tell, it's hard to tell from where you're standing, but if you were to go up and approach this person closer, you would see that if not for the scar on their face, it looks like it. So you can tell their appearance is kind of mostly masculine, but they have a very, very pretty, or what you would describe as a very pretty, almost delicate face, if not for the fact that there is a scar over it. But they have very nice eyelashes and very kind of sort of medium length, soft platinum blonde hair, but based on their sort of otherwise, but they're not like extremely they're not like extremely feminine as to much to be mistaking them for a woman, but they're not like, but aside from kind of their manner of dress, they're not like the most masculine person you've ever seen ever. You kind of they kind of giving off a vibe of like a Bishonen or a femboy, but clearly obviously a bandit from the way that they're dressed and the scar on their face, and they're kind of sitting there with a very smug expression and like a toothpick or something in their mouth. And yes, this very kind of almost Bishonen femboy looking bandit sitting up at the top. And
on a scale of twink femboy to 0, how much of Bishonen is this?
Huh?
On a scale of twink to 0, how much of femboy
to
is
0.
this?
Not so very less. They're as super androgynous as 0. You can tell they're leaning a little bit more They're leaning a little bit more masculine than 0, but it's a very pretty type of masculine, you know? It says clearly if this person is actually a guy, they're very much like concerned for their appearance, you know, aside from the scar and everything on their face. I guess in Rivayle that kind of thing just can't be helped, but they're very good looking and pretty, and
oh my god, even the guys want him.
Did you mean me?
What was that saying?
Yeah.
So?
Yeah,
No.
I can bring up the picture. I think you could see it on Roll20. I can also bring it up here on the.
Yeah, I saw the token and I immediately went, "Oh, that's the art. Who are they?
Yes.
Who the fuck are you?"
It's art. It's me. Hello.
Yes, the art is by Ray.
Yes.
The art is by Ray, which I've just brought up. Yes. The art is now also on the on stream.
No, all the art on the thing is by me on the stream.
Thank you, Ray, for doing this art. By the way, knocked it out of the park. Looks awesome.
Thank you.
Yes.
The handsome stranger and Bailey can have a pretty off.
No.
Yes. Yeah.
Alien.
Very.
This is true.
Yes.
No.
So as you're walking in, and you see, and the pretty boy ? Goes and says, "Oh, seems we have some new customers tonight. Ain't seen you folk around before. Welcome. Name's Kloshevich. Welcome to the auction."
Oh shit, we're in auction.
Hey, it's the Team Rocket's boss. Didn't expect him.
Hey, then yeah, and as you're coming in, the bandit girls kind of turn the bandit girls, outlaw gunner, Team Rocket as you've nicknamed them. They turn to they turn and Vincent like, "Wait a second, I know that. I know that pretty deputy." And
Bailey blushes.
You know what? They fucking hate this guy. These girls. Oh my god.
Alan has his hand on his gun. He hasn't pulled it out of his holster yet, but he will shoot these girls. If pushed.
pretty deputy. This says Klausevich at the front of the room, and it says, "You don't think they're prettier than me, do you?" And the bandit girl is like, "Oh no, Klaus, not at all. But not Clyde. Oh, but yeah, they. Not Claude at all. And then suddenly, Clausewitz just kind of smirks and says, good. Well, I'm sure relieved to hear that. But wait a moment, deputy. Then they do notice the badge on Bailey, and suddenly Clausewitz takes out their gun, and points at the party. Why the hell's a deputy here?
Well, can a law folk let their hair down and enjoy a little bit of magic item auctioning?
Clausewitz looks at Bailey kind of suspiciously. You said you know him, girls? He says, turn over to the man. Girls, yeah, and the outlaw gunner says, yeah, they're the one we got the lamp off of.
Diana is silently in her head thanking the Lord they did not mention that she is the one who shot one of them in the leg.
No, not really. That kind of thing happens all the time in Rivayle. They may have even forgotten about it.
Oh, these poor girls. The life they've led.
But although the one who Diana did shoot in the leg may have forgotten about it, it seemed one of the bandit girls, and she says to the one that Diana shot in the leg, hey, ain't she the one that shot you? And the one who Diana shot, which I remember now was the outlaw gunner, says, hey, yeah. You dead?
No, I didn't. That was my twin.
Diana, queen of bullshit. Diana, titan of bullshit.
Very accurate.
So Klaus is just kind of looking between the posse and the gunner girls. Is like, Fred, I don't follow. You guys mind catching me up with all this? And so the outlaw gunner says, well, it all started with we tried to get that bail, and then that didn't go so well. But hey, we got it from. But hey, we ended up getting it back from Vincent. And then we got that and then we got that there lamp. But yeah, these three, I want to say they've been a thorn in our sides, but they also been kind of helpful in a way. Maybe we should let him in here. And Klaus thinks about this and says, I don't know. How are we gonna know that deputy ain't gonna squeal? He says, they say now, kind of pointing their gun at Bailey in particular. The other two, they don't seem as suspicious of, but unfortunately Bailey being a deputy, and this is clearly something illegal is going on here.
Alan's waiting for a signal to shoot someone.
I don't think we should shoot. I think
you're gonna try. You're gonna try. Do you think you want? Do you want to come? What do you want?
He's not a speed shooter like Diana is. He's not a speed shooter.
Now wait a minute. It is
if someone shoot, the other side shoots first, then he'll shoot back. He's just waiting for that kind of signal.
Now it is true that y'all may have purloined some of those cursed items off us. Now, by rights, we'd have every right to storm in here, shoot the place up, and take them back. But I am not a violent person, and I would very much like to fairly buy them back off you for a decent price, and that's why we're at this auction.
Not a violent person, says the only person in the room who has killed
Who
someone.
has killed someone?
I love
Yes.
that. Yeah, I was listening again to the beginning of episode 3 from last week, and it said Bailey was like the token good teammate or the voice of reason or something, and then they proceed to go and kill someone like 2 hours later.
They
When you said I'm not a violent person, I just rapidly flashed back to Diana threatening someone, and then you as Bailey just rapidly cheering in the background. Iconic, really.
So Klaus kind of looks at Bailey for a moment, holding their gun against him, but then slowly lowers it, and then just sort of crosses their arms and shrugs his like, well, suppose the fact you didn't come here guns a-blazing does say something. All right, I'm willing to negotiate. Come on. Though we are still waiting for a very important customer tonight. But let me tell you all about how all this works. And he kind of leads the group over to what you now see on the table is just a whole lot of random shit. Is the best way to describe it. But among that, you don't see the cowbell or the other thing. Why can't I remember it? The lamp. Yes, you don't see either of those. You just see a bunch of stuff. But though Bailey can tell pretty much right away, it does have all of the stuff is magical to some extent. It has like a magical aura. It's just like. So
How many cursed items are around?
Cursed items?
At least, obviously, cursed or magical items.
The stuff on the table is all obviously magical. You're not sure about cursed, though.
Fair enough.
So Klaus kind of leans their hand on the table and says, "So here's how this works. I've been making a killing going after a certain kind of special items, folks. Things of mystical nature, and I sell them here to folks at the highest bidder. Now, a lot of this stuff is what many law folks, especially Sheriff Vincent, thinks shouldn't be the kind of thing that mortals handle without much experience. So that's why we've got to go a little under the table, as you can see. All these grand things are up for sale, but items of the cursed, we might consider the cursed nature. That those I got a particular interest in, or perhaps I should say, well, it's a mutual interest to be sure. In any case, none of that's for sale. But if you do happen to have any other of these, any other items, well, now that we know you're willing to cooperate, ladies, they kind of gesture over to the gunner guys. Lay off 'em, would you? And they say, sure thing, Klaus, boss. And one of says one of the bandit girls and the outlaw gunner just kind of laugh. It says, yeah, if we'd known they were as scrupulous as this, we wouldn't have ever bothered robbing them to begin with. and Klaus just kind of laugh about it. And of course. Anyway, as I was saying, if you got any specifically cursed items, I will pay top dollar for those personally. And if you want to see if anything you happen to have might happen to have a curse on it, well, it's a certain distinctive kind of magic. It's a very distinctive kind of magic. You can often tell something's cursed right away. But if you're really trying to track them down, trying to find and want to absolutely be sure that this magic is of that particular nature, you go and talk to her over there. And he gestures over to the woman who's just been, the very voodoo witchy looking woman who's just been sitting over there with her table and chair on the other side of the room for a while. She's what you might call a grudge teller. She specializes in seeking out those sort of dark magics, you see. It's fascinating stuff. It's how we've been able to locate the curse. It's how we've been able to locate cursed objects pretty much right when they start to appear. Anyway, that's about does it for the explanation. So feel free to have a seat, make yourselves at home while we wait for our special guest.
I hope it's
shit,
not.
Huh?
I hope it's not.
What else could it even be? I guess Diana is actually just kind of looking over it, like vaguely interested, but not really.
About Bailey and Alan.
Maybe we'll sit down and kind of mutter like crap to themselves as they realize that the cursed items are not going to be on the auction, so that plan's a bust.
Alan's disappointed that he won't be able to retrieve any cursed items. He's just as disappointed. Then starts poking at the magical items in the auction, just literally poking them.
Oh my god, he's gonna blow something up.
Klasovich kind of swats at Alan like, hey, hands off the merchandise until you make a purchase.
Are any of these pauses? Can any of these, like, I don't know, what's the coolest one? I want to know.
You know what? I'll admit I had some trouble planning this session, and I don't have every little detail down to planned out in advance. I don't know what these items are. If you guys want to think of something like some magical item that might be here, pitch it. I might approve it.
There is a button that when you press it, it makes Diana smile. And I press it every single second of every single day. I want my girl happy, damn it! That's all I need.
I do imagine a crab made out of gears and steel.
A what?
Just
a crab?
Crab.
Like a clockwork crab.
A clockwork crab. Oh, that sounds awesome.
Crab that machina.
A machina crab. Yes, that's on the table. There is a curious mechanical crab that also seems to be magic of some variety. You might think if you were to examine it very closely, you would see it has a little monocyte core inside.
Oh.
And you notice
a prototype. And
you're telling me a crab had this race?
Sorry.
Alan's poking at its pincers, tempting fate.
Hey, be careful with that, especially
baiting it to pinch him. Just tempting fate, pissing off the crab.
Hey, careful with that thing, especially. Kosovich also kind of snaps at Alan. Now, I ain't sure I believe this, but a person I got this from claims it comes from another world. It sounds like a whole lot of hogwash to me, but it is a rather curious item. I ain't never seen something like this, even among the Railmender coyotes. It is a weird one, but that's more reason it's very valuable, so don't go messing with it.
Alan mentally goes, I want this crab. I want it right now. It's so stupid. He loves it.
Can we actually buy stuff here?
Once the auction starts, yeah. Can I
make one do it first?
So as you're looking at the stuff, a certain someone finally walks in, and it is of course the woman of the hour, Not.
Yippee! Women!
She walks in and says, Pardon me. Sorry, I'm late, Clive. Sorry, pardon me for being late, Clive. Klaus, your directions were a little strange to
Obtuse?
say. The directions were a little strange to say the least. Oh, not at, and Klaus immediately like runs up to Tom and says, "Not only not, I'm afraid I'm afraid I just really do appreciate you being here. I can't tell you how lovely it is to see you." And he starts and they start immediately like putting I guess he and they invalid. I see Clausewitz as a he they. So either both about. So he starts he takes Knott's hand and starts immediately just putting the moves on her, just like being a real smooth operator, saying, I'm afraid I couldn't give you the tell you about the normal way to go, because, well, if they saw a Titan taken that way, there might raise even more suspicion. So I hope you can understand it. And she's like, oh, not at all. Oh, I quite understand it. I quite understand quite well. Sugar. Just glad I made it here on time. And now I have something that might be of interest to you. She says as she takes something out of her pocket. It's a box of bullets. And immediately you notice the grudge teller over there sitting in the corner, and she's like, oh, I do sense something from that.
Evil bullets.
Yes.
There's a ghost in them. Oh no, it's the ghost from Bailey's gun. They're in the bullets now.
No!
Oh no, more ghosts.
Ah!
And so Klaus immediately is like, their eyes go wide and they just look at this thing that Knott's holding. He's like, cursed bullets? Really? Now ain't that something? You really, my lady Knott, you really be selling these to me? And she smiles and says, of course, sugar. You've been doing quite well outfitting my men with some of your particular wares. Quite grateful. Least I can do is help you in this little whatever the scheme you got going on is. And Klaus says, oh, it ain't just my scheme, it's also never mind that. Anyway, this come on over. Just come on right on over here and have a seat. And as he leads Knott over there, Knott also notices Diana and said, oh, well, howdy, Shug. It's been a hot minute. Fancy meeting you here of all places.
Howdy, ma'am. And she tilts her hat a bit. For only Alon and Bailey, who know Diana better than everyone else here, they know when Diana wants to talk to someone, she has a very specific look on her face, and she is screaming that look right now. She's like, oh my god, it's this bitch again. For real.
So Knott takes a seat. So Knott instantly takes a seat next to Diana. And she said, "How you been keeping, dear? How you been keeping, hon?" Oh, sorry.
I can be honest, pretty terribly right now. People keep asking me to do stuff I do not want to do, and it has been wringing my hair out something fierce. I've never had gray hairs before, and I'm not planning to start this early.
And Knott immediately comes up, so, oh, it's one reason to be thankful I'm a Titan. Don't gotta worry about such things. Never gonna age a day for the rest of my life.
Lucky duck.
Still unfortunate to hear, but I'm glad I could see you tonight. And she looks over at Bailey and Elon like, I recognize your friends too, but afraid I don't know much about
right as the crab.
You never did quite properly introduce me to your friends.
Oh, right. She, like, vaguely gestures her hand towards them. The one with the big hat is Bailey, and the one with the tall hat, that's Alan. And, I forget how long I know them, but they're nice. They're friendly. And she looks over to Not Not, and she, like, flicks her eyes away for a second before, like, leaning her head a little bit. And, like, whispering, putting her hand, like, close to her mouth. If I gotta be honest, there's something I want to talk to you about, but not when they're around. Can we do that later?
Oh, not immediately, just like perks up at her. She's like, ooh. She's like, oh, sure thing, hon.
Girl talk. Girl talk.
Sure
Girl
thing,
talk.
hon.
Girl talk.
Sure thing, hon. I'll make sure to let all my make all my henchmen know that you're fine, that you're welcome, that we're welcome in my home anytime. So just come by and we'll have a little talk whenever you feel. Talk whenever you feel like.
Thank you. And then she leans back out and clears her throat as if that incredibly obvious conversation had not just happened.
So Nana looks at Bailey and says, "Deputy, surprised to see your kind here, but I know that not all the there are certainly that there are certainly a few law folk who are more in it for themselves than they're in it for the justice. You one of them? You one of them, hon?"
Well, that's a difficult question, madam. I mean, we be getting into asking why anyone does anything. I like helping folk, of course, but I also like that it's a cushy job, and if something better came along, I might just switch to that. I'm not sure, but I like to think I'm more laid back than some of the, well, and they kind of like make a little, like, vague hand gesture. They're kind of talking about Vincent, but they don't want to say it out loud.
Well, Not seems to catch your drift right away. She's sort of like got like this very sinister smirk on her face. She's like, I see. Well, certainly it's not surprised whenever I found out whatever one of Vince's folks is willing to go under the table like this. Assuming you don't plan, well, assuming this ain't some kind of undercover operation, but she looks at Bailey with a look that says, "If you squeal to Vincent about this, I will box your ass." And you wouldn't go and double cross a gal like me, would you?
Oh, certainly not, madam. No. I I try to stay on everybody's good side as best I can. I'm, just your friendly neighborhood deputy. I ain't gonna go squealing.
She kind of grins and she kind of grins like she kind of knows she has you in the palm of her hand. She's like, good, glad to have you here then, sugar. So as she's leaning back, she leans back in the chair and looks up at Klasovich, who's back at the front of the front of the room, and says, "Well, now that our very special guest is here, I think we can begin our auction. I had thought we might have a few more folks here tonight, but it ain't that much. Ain't a problem. I suppose. The most important lady of the hour is here, and that's really all that matters." He say, kind of looking at Not with this like kind of flirty wink, maybe even a finger gun or two, and Not is just like, oh my. She just thinks it's kind of cute, what they're doing, and Klaus kind of chuckles and claps their hands and says, "All right, so let's begin. Since I know someone here already has a certain interest in something here." He picks up the weird mechanical crab that supposedly came from another world. Is the story.
No.
And says, this here thing, clockwork critter of some strange origins, possibly alien. I cannot verify this one way or the other. Start the bidding at 800 gold.
And with that, Alan's heart is broken.
No.
900.
We got
It's too
900, says Klaus, pointing at Bailey.
Bailey winks at Alan.
Aw, I love them. I love illegal purchases.
Oh, and anyone else who got 900 gold?
Diana doesn't say anything.
No one appears to speak. I was like, all right, 900 going once, 900 going twice, and sold to the unscrupulous deputy. They say
I
with
now have
smirk.
200 gold to my name. I'm not buying anything else. But it was worth it.
Lovely.
So
I
you
hand the crab off
you
to...
pay the
to-
you
to,
pay the gold to Klausovich. You get the crab. Congratulations. In addition to acquiring this crab, Bailey, you have acquired a reputation. Especially
And
since
Alan's
Not is
eternal
here.
loyalty.
Especially
And
since
Alan's eternal loyalty.
yes, you have acquired a mechanical crab, Alan's eternal love and loyalty, and also the reputation that will certainly be spread by Not and Klausovich that you are an underhanded deputy.
Oh no! Vince is gonna know that I'm a corrupt cop.
Alan does pay back half the price of the crab.
No.
Alan does pay back 450 gold to Bailey.
Finally, they're not broke. This has really been the session of everyone giving each other money.
Yep.
Hey, we're rich now. This is
We're
what
rich
we
with
do.
love.
So,
And Alan's happy poking at the crab.
Yay!
Angry crab. He's never seen a critter like this. It's an angry little thing. Poke, poke.
now that is a strange little thing. She not says as because she's sitting with you guys. You guys are basically just sitting with Not, and so she looks over at the crab that Alan is just like completely memorized by, and she's now that definitely is a curious little thing. Why the interest in it? What exactly is it? A weapon of some kind? She seems to be asking this to the group. She doesn't get what this thing is and why Alan is so interested in it and why Bailey
No, I
just
suppose it's-
coughed up 900 gold for it.
I suppose it's like a pet, maybe? Maybe some tinkerer made it as a companion.
Diana puts her hands under her drills and pushes them up twice to fluff them, so to speak. Well, you may have heard before of a rumor of something called pet rocks. Now, I never had one of these things, but it was a thing that you gave to poor kids to make them feel special when they didn't have any friends. And I reckon this was an advanced pet rock for richer poor kids.
Oh, yeah, I had a pet rock.
You
Diana, you are a riot.
It was out. Well, it was out in the rain, and it was getting. I had read a book about erosion recently, and I didn't want it to get all hurt, so I put it under a leaf, and then it became my pet.
I'm not gonna say anything.
So Not is just laughing at this. She thinks this is delightful. She's like, "Oh, you are an absolute holler and hoop there, darling. I definitely need to have you come over for tea as soon as we can."
She blushes vaguely.
Alan yelps a little as the crab finally pinched him in the finger, but he's so happy just watching it.
This is adorable. I love this. This is
seen a
way
critter
more
like
wholesome than
this.
I expected a session with Not to go. I love it.
He's never seen a critter like this, and it's so angry.
Oh god.
This mechanical crab deserves a card. If we have custom cards for
True,
like all
true.
of the characters, someone make one for the mechanical crab too, please.
On fanfare, make Alon smile. That's all we need. On fanfare, if any allied Alons are in play, deal it 1 damage and give it +3 attack. I don't fucking know.
I love
That's
it.
the best I got.
It's so good. Okay. Oh, that was delightful. But yes. Alright. So, Klaus starts addressing everyone from the front. Alright, so for our very next item we have here, and you'll turn your attention to him, but then as he's getting ready to describe the next item, someone else suddenly bursts onto the scene, comes through the tunnel, runs in, gun in her hand and at the ready. I knew there was something fishy going on! It's Selena!
Selena, no! Selena, please!
Alan protectively covers the crab.
Oh, of course he does. He's an icon for this.
So as Selena runs in, she's all like, what the hell is going on down here? And everybody turns to her and nods, just like, oh. And Selena looks at her and is like, not. And she's just like, almost like, oh shit, Titan's here? So she's just like, okay, it's just like, okay, wow, okay. But she's surprised, but she's not backing down. And she's like, alright, now I really want to know what the hell is going on here.
Crab. That's all Diana says. She panics and just says crab.
Alan
Crab?
says crab.
Crab?
She points it out. Crab.
Alan nods, says crab in agreement.
This is... hold on. There we go.
So Klaus is just like, oh, but just raises his brow as he sees Selena comes. Is like, oh my, well who might you be, miss? Well, like she's like, who the hell are you? And he says, you can call me Klausovich, darling. And he sort of like does a little like sexy hair flip thing. It's the best way I can describe it. He's just,
Bitch, I'm fabulous.
yeah, it's very much a bitch I'm fabulous kind of sexy hair flip thing as he looks at Selena with this like this smug, charming smile and says, look, and I couldn't be more pleased to have such a lovely vision of beauty here now at my auction. And immediately you guys are looking at Klausovich in this, and you guys all turn back and look at Selena, and you can see she is just not impressed by this, like, at all. She's just like, she's got her gun at the ready, she's now pointing it at Klausovich. She's just like, save your sweet talk, bub. Tell me what's going on here. And then he's just like, alright, as he puts his arms up, like, alright, it's just some auction for some magical items, that's all. Nothing that brings no harm to no one. And she's just like, I don't buy it. And then she looks at at Posse and especially towards Bailey, and says, "You're here. You're here to bust this operation too, ain't it? Let's do this thing." So she seems to be under the assumption that you guys are on her side here, and you want this whole thing shut down.
Well, we're all on her side, but also there's a Titan here, so.
Yes. It's like, it's just,
Selena's gonna snitch.
So
so
you guys are just kind of like looking at each other awkwardly, when suddenly not steps in like, well, and sudden Not steps up like, she steps up and she says, things are getting a little spicy. Seems things are getting a little spicy around here. Well, I got what I needed. Because Klaus already paid her for the cursed bullets, apparently, which are also now, they're on like an area like behind the table. There's like another little table thing behind the table where all of the magical items are. That's where the cursed bullets are. And she is just like, so she stands up and she says, well, I got what I wanted, so I'm afraid if things are gonna, I'm afraid I might as well just be on my way. And Klausovich suddenly starts to panic, and he's like, what? Wait, Lady Not, you're, but wait, Lady Not, you're, it's like, and she's like, what? I got what I needed and wanted from you, sugar. I'll let you handle this. And she just smugly kind of walks out and leaves Klaus to have to deal with all of this. Apparently she was not as close with him as he thought, and now he's just like, oh fuck, oh shit. As not just as she leaves, she waves to Diana though. She's like, see, I do look forward to seeing you again though, hon.
Diana smiles and waves back very brightly. She's trying not to look scared.
But not just leaves. And now, Klaus has got, and now Selena's got her gun pointed at Klausovich. And also just like, well, guess that's how it crumbles. And
that's why you never trust a Titan.
Lesson learned. So Klaus takes out their gun, and it looks like we might about to have a shootout here. Do you guys want to interfere?
I'm thinking. Do we want to? Is there incentive for us to interfere?
They kill each other, then it's a bonus. If they kill each other, then it's a bonus.
Well, they want Selena dead, because then there's going to be a timeline collapse.
So are you on anyone's side here?
Not really. I mean, the only reason we got sent here in the first place is to find out if Klausovich was up to something. And they were in fact up to something. Like, we know that now.
If we side with Klausovich, then Selena's gonna snitch. And we're gonna lose favor with Vincent, and Alan doesn't want to lose favor with Vincent.
That's a good point.
Why would that lose his favor with Vincent?
Alan is a simp.
But he wants us to take down Klausovich, I'd assume. I mean, maybe not kill him, but...
I think, frankly, the best thing for us to do is to leave here, because if... No, hold on. Thinking about this more. Maybe that's not a good idea.
Alan doesn't want to side with Klausovich, but... Crab.
We definitely shouldn't. I don't want to intervene, but I feel like intervening is the only good thing to do, because, like, our only objective here is to, quote-unquote, take down Klausovich, but doing that in a way where we interfere with it directly doesn't seem like a good idea. Like, leaving it up to chance, which isn't a better idea.
And we're in his home turf. I'm pretty sure there are more gunmen out hidden somewhere.
Face is gonna assassinate us and walk up and
it's not just Team Rocket and their boss. There's
so technically Selena is outnumbered. Wow, my brain is so oh god, why?
No,
Brain, please
hold
work
on.
with me.
Okay.
Yes, I forgot to mention, because I'm stupid, yet the Selena's outnumbered here, because the gunner girl trio immediately go and back up Klausovich. So Selena could be in a jam here if you guys don't help her out. I think that's actually the incentive here is.
Bailey just sighs and stands up and goes, "Stop in the name of the law," or something, and takes out their gun.
Diana, I think seeing that gets panicked. Hold on, no, let's not, don't shoot anyone. Let's not shoot people.
I'm not
No shooting right now.
It's a deterrent.
No,
This is gonna-
she's saying that to everyone, like not just Bailey, to like everyone in the room. Let's not
Alan,
shoot each other, because if we do that, people are going to hear, and people are going to come here and get suspicious.
Alan has his gun out, and technically we're outside the city.
Yeah, you are like in some underground area, a bit of the ways out of the city. Yeah, so
Diana notably does not have her gun drawn. Just saying that.
okay.
Just another day in Rivayle. Just another day in Rivayle.
I think Diana is just trying to get people to put their guns back in their holsters.
Now, my friend is right. Let's everybody just calm down, put the weapons away, and figure something out.
Just saying I should negotiate with these creeps. Selena seems kind of less.
Oh God, here she goes. Well,
Diana just looks to her. Listen, ma'am, you're outnumbered 4-1.
Well, you could lend me a hand.
well,
I'm not weighing in on the scales here. I don't trust neither of you two particularly. I don't want to weigh in.
Well, I like her. Don't.
I'm not saying you. I'm not saying you can do what you want. I'm just saying, me personally, I'm not getting involved. I'm not shooting anyone here if I have to help it.
I understand. Look, I'm not saying negotiate. I'm saying don't kill each other.
Also a good plan. Good plan. I agree.
So then what the hell else are we supposed to do?
I don't know. Throw hands.
This is throwing hands. She says, like pointing her gun. She says pointing her gun at Klaus. It's like.
Yeah. This is hard. I hate decisions.
And Klausovich actually holds up their hands and says, "Hey, you know, man, maybe you ought to listen. Maybe you ought to listen to them. Violence ain't always the answer. Almost the answer. No, it sounds strange. You're coming from a bandit, but I'm a lover, not a fighter, and I'd prefer to settle things peacefully with a lovely. You shut your mouth!" And Selena just kind of cuts him off with this sort of dumb, charming, flirty talk, and just like.
Diana looks equivocally pissed off. But she's like sighs and like nods. No, they're right. Let's slow down. If we can reduce some bloodshed in this situation, that's probably the best option we got. Because frankly, I think if we start shooting, it's going to draw attention of people outside, which is not good for them. And also, you're going to get shot like 8 million times, which ain't good for you. And she's like gesturing to Selena as she says this.
Selena kind of thinks.
Selena has the smallest gun out of everyone.
She has a very tiny gun.
Yep. Itty bitty derringer.
That's more so a revolver, actually. I mean, it's a revolver.
Oh. It's small.
It's not
Small with an O.
Silly gun.
Well, Selena just kind of stands around for a second, but eventually she just frowns and puts her gun away and says, "Fine."
Alright, everyone's okay? We're not gonna draw by surprise then? She like looks
I
everyone
can't
over
make
very slowly.
Selena just kind of Selena looks kind of pissy, and she just says, "I can't make no promises."
Bailey
Alright.
will put away their gun as well.
Okay. Good. Diana like nods deeply. Okay. Now we're calm and I'm gonna say this one more time just for everyone involved, a Titan has been here. Whatever happens, whatever any of us do, if someone dies here, that Titan's gonna hate every survivor, I reckon. If we get in a fight, you're gonna die immediately after, I think, because she probably just right outside. She just like tosses her shoulders.
You think? Selena just kind of raises her brow, just kind of like she doesn't know what to. She doesn't really know what to think, and
she just made a deal with this gentleman. If you kill that gentleman, she might not be too pleased about it.
She thinks about this for a moment. True. Suppose you have a point. Just.
Yeah, I do have a point.
Then,
She often does.
Clausewitz shrugs smirkly against it and kind of chuckles and says, "Yeah, despite what you just saw, Lady Not and I are very close, and rest assured I will win her heart someday. But for the moment, yeah, well, she probably just had other Titan business to attend to, things that were quite important, you know." And Selena is just like, "Oh my god, this fucking guy." She just rolls her eyes, and she's like,
"Oh yeah, Burley is very much reacting in the same way, but hiding it better."
Yeah. And whatever. And she just says, "Whatever." But still, you're doing some clearly illegal things in well, it's not quite under our church, but it's close. It's close enough. I know there was something going on with that shady fellow. With that shady fellow. And well, I feel like I need to put a stop. Well, I feel like I need to put a stop to it. And
I mean, you did, didn't you? It stopped. We're not doing it
for now. But when I gave the shitty fellow a shakedown, he said this kind of thing happens. He says this happens every week.
That was just very like a good. That's a really good impression of English Selena's like inflection, like the way that she delivers sentences. That was really good.
Thank you. I'm not honestly trying to do impressions of anyone because I can't. So I just try to give the general attitude and like almost, you know, audiobook style, as I've heard it called. Yeah, but I'm glad at least I kind of feel like I kind of captured her there. At least that's nice to hear. Thank you.
What was she saying?
Oh, she was like, she said that when she gave the shady priest guy a shakedown, that's how she got here, and she found out from him that these auctions happen every week.
Well, you know what? Then don't let him come back here. You work at this church, right? You can just not let him in.
True, but there's other ways this... There's obviously other ways of going... But there's obviously other ways of going here. I didn't see not come through here, that's for damn sure.
Well, I don't know what you want me to say. Like, criminals are still going to be criminals, even if it stopped this one criminal. It's probably not the only auction that exists out there in Oliver Vale. There's probably 2 others going on right now somewhere else. If you stop this one, what's it really going to do? Criminals are going to keep committing crimes. They don't call them one-timers, they call them criminals. Does not seem confident in what she's saying at all.
Selena doesn't seem to be buying it either. She just kind of looks like I got a kind of expression. She's like, "No offense, ma'am, but I got a plenty of experience dealing with criminals."
Well, you know what? You can do it when I'm not involved. I don't care. When I'm involved, I do. I don't want none of my friends getting put on a hit list.
Thank you, Diane. I appreciate you looking out for us. Now, Mr. Clausewitz.
Yes? So Klaus turns to Bailey.
Given that things seem to have reached a rather explosive state and now calmed down, I do think it's fair that I get to ask you a few questions.
Alright, I suppose. Go right ahead.
Those cursed items that you took from us, you told us they're not for sale. What are you planning on using them for exactly? Or are they just going to collect dust somewhere?
Klaus thinks for a moment and says, "Afraid my employer doesn't want me revealing that information."
Oh, so you've got an employer yourself. You're not the top dog. Thank you. That's helpful.
In a sense. There's something gonna. Not that there ain't anything in it for me, but no, this is a collaborative effort, you might say. And my collaborator, well, my lips are sealed in regards to that.
Of course.
I'm so
We're not
tired of the lips being sealed. I'm so
Yeah, me
tired of
too.
this.
I know. Look,
She didn't say that out loud, by the way. She just worded that to herself.
yeah. Oh, yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna assume you're not keeping him here, right? There's somewhere safer?
And sir, you would be you would be correct.
And of course you're not gonna tell us where. But I kinda like seem to think for a second. Is there nothing that will buy them back from you?
Klaus just shakes their head. Afraid not. Afraid not, there, sweetheart. This is the deal that's finally gonna put me in the heart of my sweet darling Not. No, I didn't do much to impress her tonight. That wasn't matter. You're starting to get the impression this Clausewitz person is a little delusional.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I very much have that impression. So it's a plan Not would approve of. That's also useful information. Thank you.
Well, that's just what Klaus thinks. As you've noticed, they seem to be a little bit wrapped up in their own little world or fantasies or something or other.
Let's pick a one-way ticket to the Lululand.
Now to me, let me think. Illegal activities, cursed items, Not might like it, even though one of those items was taken from her. Whatever you're plotting, I'm gonna guess it's targeted at one of the other Titans. Are there any signs, like, does he react at all?
Klaus just kind of raises a brow and just says, it's just kind of an intrigued look. It's, you can't really get a whole lot from that. He's just kind of like, go on. I guess if the look is kind of just a go on kind of look, like, what are you getting at here?
That is, these actions directly undermine Vincent's authority, so I don't think you'd go after him directly. I don't think you'd take that much of a risk. Maybe you try and use these cursed items to scam the syndicate somehow? But, Bailey kind of just seems to be theorizing for themselves at this point. I don't suppose y'all two have any ideas?
You think
Not really, gotta be honest.
Selena looks at the group and says, you think there's some, what are you saying? You think there's some kind of this is about some kind of conspiracy going on?
That's my working theory, yes, although I'd need to learn a little more before making any conclusions.
Klaus just kind of, finally just kind of waves their hand and shrugs and says, you know what, ma'am, what'd you say your name was? He looks over at Selena and she says, Selena, if it's any business of yours. She's like, well, I'm just trying to be polite now and well, maybe not negotiate, but as they've said, the less bloodshed in this particular situation, the better. So, if this location, it seems to be your problem is the location of my auction. If I were to relocate it as to not be as loosely connected with your church, would that be satisfactory? And Selena considers this. She says, maybe. What are you willing to offer me, and what else are you willing to offer me? Klaus sighs, and he's just like, and he turns to the posse and says, y'all got any ideas? This gal's a real hard case.
I'm not offering my house if that's what you're implying.
Well, she's the pious sort, although technically, and like Taylor kind of cuts it off and goes like, maybe not. I don't suppose you'd give her that cowbell.
The what?
The cow, but they're going like in a way that's like, I know obviously you're not going to say yes to that.
Can you repeat the question? I just didn't quite hear it.
The cow. They said, I don't suppose you'd give her that cowbell.
What I want? And Selena goes, what do I want with the cowbell? She's very confused. And Clausewitz shakes his. Clausewitz shakes her head and says, "No, afraid none of those items. I ain't willing to negotiate for any of those items. There's those that's for my collaborator only."
Selena, you could probably look through the inventory of magic items over on that table, see if that's something that catches your fancy.
Selena thinks about this for a moment, and she's like, "All right, let's see what they got." She gets up and she looks over at the table, and she is looking at the stuff, and Klaus is just hoping there's something. Just hoping there's something there that will pacify her. And to be honest, I can't think of. You guys pitch me some ideas here, because again, I didn't have time to completely 100% plan all this out. Give me an idea of an item that might be here that Selena might be interested in.
What would Miser like?
Oh.
Yeah, something that it's definitely something. If it's something she could give to Miser, I think that would be.
A kiss on the nose.
Huh?
Like maybe like a belt or some kind of like magic item that keeps your clothes tidy, like a brooch or something.
A magic charm that wards away hostage situations.
Oh, fuck you.
Fuck. I don't know. What do boys like?
Oh, I just had an idea. So, Selena looks at the table, and she noticed one of the things is actually a gun, and it's a pretty nice looking gun. And she holds it up and she says, "Now what's this?" And Klaus just says, "Well, of course that's a gun, of course, ma'am. But as you might have guessed, that ain't just any gun. That's a gun that has a certain kind of. Have you ever heard of rapid fire magic?"
Oh.
Yippee! Yippee! Yippee!
And Selena's
Every time
just
there's a
like,
reference, I jump in the air and scream.
I have actually. I use something kind of similar, but also not quite, but also not quite.
Oh, me too.
Huh. So Klaus is like, okay, now this is going somewhere, and he smirks and says, "Well, so this gun was specially enchanted. Well, this gun was specially enchanted to be a mighty handy tool for any gunslinger that really specializes in some of the more mystical and arcane types of shots. Rapid fire is a tricky one to pull off. In particular with especially when used with acceleration. So, but this baby here, well, it makes it a whole lot simpler. Now, requires quite a bit of mana to use correctly, but if you got someone in mind that has the magical chops to pull it off, this here might be one of the might end up being a weapon stronger than a much more powerful gun, at least a much more powerful looking gun. You could say it packs a lot of punch in a small package. And he's just kind of giving this like sales pitch about this gun and its like specialization in rapid fire magic and how it's and making it sound pretty appealing. And
Billy does seem a little interested, not in like the description of the gun. They're very happy with theirs, but just like the way he talks about magic is just like, oh, he actually kind of knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, it seems for as much of a fuckboy as Klaus seems to be, he seems pretty well informed about all these strange things that he's managed to collect and sell. He's not a successful bandit for nothing. But eventually Selena seems to be like, all right, you convinced me. I'll take this here gun. You move your little shindig somewhere else, and I'll turn a blind eye to what's happened here. All right? And Klaus perks up. It's just like, of course, ma'am, of course. Consider it done. And they shake hands on it. Selena does so kind of begrudgingly. She still doesn't like this person, but she has something in mind that she's gonna use. She has something in mind for this gun, or rather, a person that she would like to give it to. And so Klaus gives her the gun. She's on her way, and she honestly on her way out she barely even pays any mind to you folks.
I'll tell Miles a hello for you.
And Selena turns back and she says, "Oh, all right. Thanks, I suppose." And she's just like, she smiles just a little bit. And then she heads off.
Bye bye.
And as soon as Selena's gone, Klaus just sits back. Just flops down in their chair. It's like, oh boy, thought that might end with my brains on the floor.
It's alright.
Thanks for the assistance, I suppose. He sort of looks at the posse, sort of like thinking they helped, maybe, sort of, kind of.
Well, they stopped the shootout, so...
Yeah.
They need
Bailey-
prosecution alive for information.
Bailey does just squint at him.
And the grudge teller, oh, by the way, the grudge teller over in the corner, she's been pretty quiet, but she's kind of just been watching all this with kind of just chuckling and just kind of just enjoying the show, so to speak. She's mostly just here as she's someone who Klaus also hired for help. She's got no much of attachment to all this, but you can tell that she's almost just been over kind of there in the corner with some popcorn, minus the popcorn. But if you were wondering what was up with her, and the other girls, the bandit girls kind of sit down all by classes, just like, yeah, well, where the heck are we gonna move to? Klaus? And Klaus just sighs and she says, I don't know, I'll figure it out. Just hope, at least we got these. I suppose if nothing else, at least we finally got these. And he says, and he grabs the box of cursed bullets that he bought from Not and holds them up. And do you guys have any interest in those?
I think Diana is eyeing them very cautiously, but she doesn't want to ask about them because she feels like if she does, she's gonna step in on some territory she should not be invading. So she is interested, but she's not gonna press anything.
Now, Alon, you might be interested in those bullets because part of the agreement with you and Rhea was that if you came across any more of them, get them to her.
Unfortunately, they're not for sale, and he thinks another potential shootout should not happen.
So you thinking you're just gonna let Klaus walk away with these?
I mean, what other options do we have but like knockout? What?
Well, we did just
people in the room right now.
We did just stop him from getting shot.
This is true. This is true. Alright. I guess Diana swallows hard and walks up and like points at them. Why are you so interested in those things?
And he just kind of chuckles and smirks. It says, "Why, there's great power in these things, darling. But they've got both me and my collaborator very interested in the potential that they hold. I suppose you could say."
So it's just kind of like a hypothetical situation with them? You're just gonna let them sit in the corner until you want them to be useful, or what?
Klaus kind of shrugs. To be honest, I ain't super aware of the particulars. My collaborator's been keeping a somewhat tight lip on that and I don't want to pry too much. This is a cozy joint venture, if I do say so myself. But it seems like they've got some sort of plan involving these things, using them for something or other. If I had to guess, you didn't hear this. This is just a theory, I suppose. But given the nature of these things and the way from what I know about magic and how you would draw the power of these particular kinds of objects, could be used in some kind of ritual. A most unholy ritual, I'd say, but that's what the first thing that comes to mind.
Oh, really? She looks a bit skeptical and then like looks down at them. Ugh, boy. You're not selling those, are you?
What did you say?
You're not selling them, are you?
Klaus just laughs as hell now.
Noted. And she looks to the side. She's like,
not even for 1,000 gold.
Klaus just shakes her head. Not even for that, I'm afraid. The heart of my sweet non-odd is far too priceless.
Right, alright. Okay, alright, okay, alright. She just keeps repeating that to herself and then steps backwards a few feet, and she has like a fist up to her mouth and she's like staring at it. She's in deep consideration of the current events. She's not doing anything right now.
Does Diana have still her bullshit big deal?
I do have the bullshit big deal. I don't think I've ever used it successfully. I've asked to use it a few times and it's never been able to be used.
Which thing are you talking about? The swoon or the
Fuck. Get somebody another player character to help you, theoretically. I don't know. I mean,
Alan gently places the crab. Alan takes off his hat, gently places the crab on it, and stands beside Diana. Then he tells Clausewitz, "This Diana here is friends with Not Not. Can she?" Would you give us the bullets if he she convinces if she tries to convince not to. Oh my god.
Oh, wait. This is giving me an idea. I have a question. I have a question.
Yes?
When we went to Not Mansion and we flashed the card that showed that we were invited there, did they take it from us, or do
No.
we still have it?
You still have it.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. All right. So you're not willing to part with those bullets, then?
Afraid not? Unless you've got...
Not even for this? And then she whips out the card all dramatic, like, oh shit. Oh, sorry, puppy.
Klaus has been...
Sorry. I grabbed something in real life when I was saying that. She whips out the card all dramatic, like, and it clearly has like the emblem, so I think he would recognize it immediately.
Oh yeah.
But
Klaus and the Gunner girls are looking at that like, ooh, and their brows kind of raised, and it's just like, ooh, nah, that's, nah, ma'am, I need to ask, how did you acquire that?
lady's secret, not telling. She puffs her cheeks a bit.
Klaus suddenly looks very deep in thought. This is not something... he did see Diana hitting it off very well with Not earlier, but this isn't something he didn't expect they were that close. So he has to think for a minute and finally says, you want to have to understand the gravity of the situation. If I give you these bullets, I've been to be betraying my collaborator, and that might not lead to such great things for me.
Well, you know what? You have access to Not's like house now. You can probably find any sorts of things in there. I didn't go looking when I was in there myself earlier. She probably has like 800 cursed things stuck under her bed because she doesn't like using them.
The power of bullshit compels you. The power of bullshit compels you.
La la la.
Klaus, as you can tell from the look in Klaus's eyes, that he's very, very tempted. But he's just like, I'm sorry, I just can't take the risk. I don't know what.
Big deal?
I don't know what happened if they found out I betrayed him.
You extra sure?
Are they a particularly powerful person?
Oh yes, more powerful than most people know.
Alright, just a question on my end. And this is Diana speaking, not me.
Mm-hmm.
Is this the kind of situation where if we do this, you might get killed?
What do you mean?
No, she's asking Klausovich if they do the deal and they find out that, like,
yeah, that's Klaus very much implying that.
Okay.
Whoever they're working with, if Klaus double crosses them, that could lead to them being killed.
Ding. Sal, were you saying something before?
No.
Okay, sorry, I thought you were. Boy.
I think we can't make him budge. I think we have to leave it.
All right. Well, Diana tucks it back into
well, since Klaus, I will say, it's just if this isn't something that you guys considered, because this is the kind of thing that might slip my mind to, and you might later be like, oh shit, why didn't we think of that? Is Klaus is fearing for his life if he betrays his collaborator. If you had some way to protect him from whoever it is that he doesn't want to betray, that could be an avenue.
I can give you one water flask. It will allow you to go out to a journey. Don't worry about water for a journey. One load. Take it or leave it.
I'll assume that's not a serious offer.
No, I was just joking. I'm just joking. I can give you a loaded deck that I stole from Bailey while they weren't looking. I can give you chewing tobacco that I stole from Alan while they weren't looking.
Protect them.
Can Diana use her big deal?
I could theoretically, but they're looking for protection, aren't they?
Yeah.
I'm not really knowing how to offer.
Lie.
Come
Like-
on, just lie. He's a crook.
Oh wait, hold on. Oh wait, no. Can I use my big deal, my BD,
Yes.
to force them to believe a lie for up to a minute, and the lie is that I will protect them if they asked us to?
Yeah, okay.
Okay, cool. So, just insert Diana saying that. but then
Okay,
she
so,
did
really?
the big deal part.
Y'all folks, you think you can protect me?
I mean, we've got quite a few scraps before, and I do got my way in with the Titan. You see that yourself right here. I could definitely get you out of scrap if it came to it.
Klaus, the Gunner girls all kind of look at each other like, man, they really? They... And they see, they're kind of looking among themselves, and they look at Klaus and it's like, you know, Klaus, I think I kind of believe him. There are some tough folk. We only managed to get that lamp by getting Bailey alone. And Klaus thinks about this and says, it's true. I have heard. I do. You know what? It's true. You know what? If it weren't for y'all's good graces with Not, I never agree to this. But as long as I have your word, that you will do everything. That it will do everything in your power to make certain that my now former collaborator is not successful in any attempted revenge.
Of course, we'll do everything we can. 100%.
Then Alan asks, who is this collaborator anyway?
They're not gonna tell us.
Well, you see, Klaus sort of gestures as kind of like gestures for the group to come in close.
Oh, a secret.
Yippee,
like, gossip.
So as Klaus comes in close to it's like this all little huddle with the posse, the Gunner girls, and Klaus, and he starts to say, the person who I've been working with is, and as he's about to say it, there's this aura that starts surrounding him. It's sort of this, it's sort of the reddish pink, kind of reddish pinkish gold. Hard to. It's a kind of a sort of that color, sort of aura surrounding him, and it starts choking, and he starts choking, like he's going as he can't speak, as he's getting like choked, and you see like magically choke. It's like a force choke, and you turn up and you see the grudge teller from right behind him. She's like, afraid I can't let you do that, Klaus. And as she's holding out her little skull staff thingy, as it's also the magic aura is coming from that, as it's being used to like a force choke Klaus, as it's being used to just force choke Klaus right now.
No, hey, put him down.
Let him go.
Can Alan roll to shoot?
I don't think we have to shoot her.
Put
That's
her
a really
in
good
arm.
idea.
What?
Put her in the arm. Would that
So
be a
wait, is
bad
Alan gonna like shoot her in the arm?
That's
Wait.
the idea.
Okay, roll to how are you shooting her with what stat?
Precision, of course.
Okay,
It's gonna be a bit
let's
slow, but
roll for that. That is,
It's a 2d6 from Alan. I got a 5 and a 4.
yeah, so that's successful. You successfully shoot the grudge teller, and it gets her to, 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 and it gets, and it like, wow, sorry, we are kind of reaching the end here. This is a little longer than I actually expected this to go. Yeah, so so you shoot the grudge teller. She's staggered back from the hit. She takes the shot. Takes the shot, and she's like, and she's injured, but she tries to retaliate with a magical attack. And Alan, how do you try to avoid this?
hustle.
Okay, roll hustle.
And that's a 2. Yippee!
Yeah, so you very successfully avoid the magic attack. And in the midst of this, as you're kind of distracting her, Klaus is just like, everybody, just run now! And so suddenly, as Alan and the Teller are fighting, Klaus and the Gunner Girls, they just make a break for it.
Did they leave the bullets
Run off
behind?
and leave.
Did they leave the bullets behind?
They do. Cause
Did they even take the card from Diana?
no.
Oh shit, okay.
Yeah, and they leave so fast that they leave the bullets behind because, yeah, the grudge teller just tried to kill Klausovich. So they are just hightailing it out of here.
I think Diana additionally is gonna try to hightail it out of there.
Yeah.
She grabs the bullets and looks around quickly and then, guys, we gotta get out of here now.
Oh no. I'm afraid I can't let you leave now. So the grudge teller attacks tries to attack Diana with a magical attack. How do you avoid it?
Oh boy. I guess hustle as well.
Okay, roll hustle.
Okay.
I imagine it's like a magic missile type of thing. It's like a burst of magical energy or something like that, which is how Alan avoided it. Yeah.
Oh fuck no! If you cast an angelic strike, just like
or a necro
Snipe.
strike in this case. She is a Shadowcraft card. Yeah. Once again, her shadowy blast of magic does not connect with Diana.
Can I? Oh god!
And are you gonna? And she doesn't care that she's outnumbered. She seems to think she can take you down.
Can I counterfire?
Yeah, go for it.
Okay, I'm gonna fire with speed because of course I am, because it's Diana. She's very quickly, and that's 2d6 because I upgraded my speed stat.
Yep.
Fuck me.
Unfortunately.
Can I use my card?
Oh yeah, go for it.
Okay. Do I just slam this shit down?
Put it down on the table. Put it down on the table.
Okay. 10 of hearts.
Oh, I was supposed to put it. Okay. Anyway, yeah, ace. It's not successful.
Fuck.
Oh.
What the fuck? Ah, bullshit.
She's a thing. Can
Hi,
I?
Baron. Hi, Baron. Oh my god, hi, Baron.
Yeah, got Baron on the ace.
Can I try and shoot her next?
Yes, go for it, Bailey.
Seeing Diana without her gun super fast, but miss. Bailey still was like, "Oh, I love when you do that," and they kind of use the distraction to like whip out their own gun. I am going to shoot. Do I shoot with power or with precision?
Like whichever one
I
you
don't think
want.
it really matters. Power, I guess.
Go for it.
No, I'm carding that.
She's 3/3 bronze. She's not gonna kick her ass. She's dead.
Because I have The King of Spades, baby.
Dun,
Woo!
dun, dun.
Oh my god, ice shielding! He's helping!
Yeah.
You're supposed to... Hold on. What? You're throwing down with a card too?
Yes.
Okay, can you put it down? Put it down, but like...
I did. Where?
It's above Outlaw Gunner right now.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Do you want me to move it?
No, you're good. That's successful, because I only have a 10.
Yeah, so Bailey here kind of like whips out a bullet. Can't channel it quite as well down here, but... Oh, desert sun, illuminate our path and dispel the darkness. Blitz fire! And then they fire at her chest.
Oh, I love it. That shot very successfully gets to tell her she is now down on the floor, bleeding out from, dripping with, like, both blood and just, Bailey's magic just emanated, just dripping off of her. And she's like, I'm gonna haunt you. She kind of goes into, like, this crazy psycho laugh as she's straight up dying right now.
Get out of here. Get out, girls.
Yeah.
Girls, we gotta
I
Bailey's
think you
got
killed her because,
another
as
dead
Alan
person.
mentioned, she is only a 3/3, so she is not. That doesn't necessarily apply to the their NPC stats, but no, she doesn't. She is a bit of a glass cannon. She got a little. She got a bit, but she bit off a little more than she could chew here. And she is now just bleeding out, laughing, kind of creepily laughing maniacally.
Alan kicks her to shut up.
Alan, what?
Alan kicks her in the head to shut her up.
Yep, and she is dead within a minute or two.
So who got the kill this time? Bailey.
Bailey again.
Oh no, and she was working for this collaborator guy. Oh, now we're in trouble.
Did we find out through the debt who that was?
You don't. You owe a debt to someone. You don't know who it is.
Shit. Mystery
It's
man.
whoever she was working for.
Oh no, we owe a debt to rapidly flips through cue cards. Miser. No.
Oh my god.
Since we're outside the city, can I use a big deal?
What is it for house oak?
I want to ask the narrator a question. A yes or no question.
Yes, go for it. How do you do this? So, I guess you could use. I guess one thing you could use was like she had all her like magical stuff over there on the one side of the room. You could even use that, but yeah. That's how do you? Because Alan has to like do a sort of mountain soul magic type of thing to do this. So how do you do that?
Would the grudge teller I have remembered ritual from his childhood.
Huh?
He grabs the materials from his pack and some other stuff he found lying around.
Yeah, some of maybe like her magic stuff that she had over on the one side of the room.
Yep.
Okay.
I forgot the question. Fuck.
Okay. So as Diana and Bailey are kind of rolling over, like, well, we just killed this person, and Alan is taking those materials and doing this and doing something. And what is the question that you ask?
I forgot the question.
What?
No, I'm trying to recall the question. I was so into the roleplay, I forgot the question. Fuck.
It's okay. You can say Alan is concentrating very hard on this special bit of mountain soul shaman magic. Using these.
Were you guessing who the collaborator was?
Yep, I'm trying to. I think it's an OC, but
Are you asking? That's not a yes or no question.
Yeah, I think it's an OC. I think it's
something
not.
you could be like, is the collaborator someone we know? That would be like something you could ask. Like, is the person is the collaborator someone you know?
Yes, that could be my question. Yeah.
Okay. So, using that with so Alan focuses and starts to and with that Mountain Soul Shaman magic asks, is Savich's former collaborator and the person behind the grudge teller here, is it someone you know? And it
Yes,
comes
that's my
clear,
question.
and you get a silhouette, and in your mind's eye you see sort of this silhouette. And you can tell, though you can't tell who they are, you can tell, you have this overwhelming feeling that it is in fact someone you know.
Oof.
So it's someone we know.
Yeah, it's someone that you collectively know. The posse knows.
Okay, all three of us. That's good. That helps.
Okay. And I
Oh,
think
please,
that
it's
because
not
now
me.
we are actually over 4 hours, I think that's where we're gonna end it.
Awesome.
Cliffhanger!
Yeah, bit of a cliffhanger. But a really good one. Like, hot damn.
Part of me just
I'm gonna
hope
need to wait till next
doesn't
session.
die,
Whew.
but yeah.
So yeah, I thought that was gonna be a little shorter, but we actually went like 15 minutes over time. Sorry about that, but I hope you guys enjoyed it. What did you think?
It was a bit of a chiller session, though. Not as much infiltration
Yeah.
this time around, but I
Not
feel
as
like we gained
violent,
some
even though
valuable
there's
I
a dead
love
information.
the
body.
turn it took at the end.
Girls got silly. Girls got silly.
Not as violent, but it does have a dead body.
Yeah.
True.
Another
true,
dead person.
true.
And a crab. Crab.
Yeah, the crab's
love that
great. I freaking love the mechanical crab, which, as I was saying, my headcanon for that is it is something that somehow, some way, got here from Iolon.
Yeah.
Ralph made it during his researcher days.
Yeah, it's some little Magitech Manasite core contraption from Iolon that somehow ended up in Rivayle. I don't even begin to know how, but that's my canon. It somehow ended up here.
No, but I have a question, Bestie.
Yes.
I remember at the end of last session, you said that you've made custom cards for most of the important NPCs.
Yes.
Did you make one for Kovacevic? And can we see it now, or is that spoilers?
I will show you guys like tomorrow.
Okay, cool.
I
Cool.
suppose
Yeah.
he owes us now.
Yeah, you haven't seen Nova, but I put it in the wiki server. I made a custom card for Bailey's pet rock that they had when they were a kid.
I'll have to see that. No, because I can't look at any of that while we're doing this. But yeah, this one was a little bit chiller. This one I had a little bit of harder time planning because it was a little bit of a simpler plot, and but it's important because it, you just found out this was like a big. You finally found out who Kovacevic was, what he was really up to, and now we kind of have a bigger picture of like, okay, now there's like. Yeah, there's like a. Oh, I can't even talk anymore. I'm sorry.
A ritual going on.
Huh?
I hope it's not Rhea.
What?
I hope it's not
God, I
Rhea.
really hope it's not Rhea. I said at the start. I think she's a little sus. I think maybe it might be her, but I hope it's not because she seems so sweet.
My original thought, which was certainly not true, but I was like cooking in my own little world. I was like, no, I know it for certain. This is my Diana impersonation. Zessa Lynch has been made in the time between the last session and has killed Rhea and is assuming her body. And for some reason, I was just like, that makes perfect sense. That's perfectly sensible. And now I'm sitting here and it's like, what the fuck am I talking about? Why did I think that?
Well, maybe.
I don't know if Zessel works that way.
If it is the truth,
This is
Diana, I see you.
this is a few years before Storm Over Rivayle, right?
I'm gonna say it's something like a couple of years, I imagine. Before Fate's Trigger.
Part of me does want
I miss my
I'm just asking-
girl.
I'm just asking because part of me has considered writing like a what is Bailey doing during the events of Fate's Trigger / Final
I would
Loop
love
thing
to
once
see
this is
that.
over.
Yeah.
Although I'm not sure.
God, I love these guys. I love these fucking guys so
I know.
much.
I love
wanna
any
cry.
kind of content that you guys make for this session is just like it has me over the moon. I love it. But yeah, it's
lovely.
Yeah, I love Ray's art, and if you guys making custom cards, any other kind of fanfic, any kind of things you make, it's just like that's just the dream for the DM, you know. That's what you
If you
want to
make
see.
a fanfic of Diana, send it to me post haste. I will read it and cry.
But yeah,
Oh my God.
sorry about not quite having everything planned down to the letter for this, but I do like that it resulted in some things taking some unexpected turns. The grudge teller trying to kill Klaus and you guys having to kill her at the end was not something I ever would have planned out. That was pure y'all and you guys, and that was awesome. It was a great twist.
Yippee! Fucking freak. The entire time I was panicked because I misremembered what her card effect was. I was like, oh no, if we kill her, she's gonna deal 2 damage to us. But then I was like, wait, no, it's her fucking come
It's
into
when
play
she
effect.
comes
I'm an
into
idiot.
play, yeah.
I was not thinking straight. I was just like, oh no.
She walks into the room and you lose 1 grit. Just ow!
The card
Thank God we
showdown
did not follow her
was
around.
the card showdown was great.
Yeah.
But yeah, nice job, guys. If this one seemed a little bit more low-key, next week is not gonna be. Next week is probably the one I'm most excited for. Because, oh man.
Me too
Next
by proxy.
week. Huh? Huh?
Me too by proxy.
Yeah. Yeah, this was an important plot one, even if it was a little bit more chill. Next week, so I hope you guys, enjoyed it regardless. Yeah, I think it took some really great turns. I'm personally happy with it, with having been nervous about how it was going to turn out because of my kind of inability to perfectly plan for it.
You know what, Nova?
Mhm.
You are like really good on like talking today. I don't know how to word that. You did a really good job.
Oh, thank you. I feel like, as usual, a lot of the times I was just stumbling over my words and not knowing how to get across
No,
in
you
my
weren't even
head.
doing it that much today. You're doing awesome.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah,
thank
totally.
you. I do appreciate that. As long as you guys are having fun, as long as the viewers are entertained, as long as it's all a good time for everybody, that's what makes me happy. So,
Yippee!
yeah, and yeah. So now the plot is thickening. We only have 2 more episodes left. Next week, Ray, I remembered. I think it was last week. You actually said about episode 3. Oh, is this a murder mystery? I love mysteries. You know what next week's episode is called?
Oh, is it a murder mystery? Oh my God, is it a murder mystery? Oh no, you can't do this
Next
at the end of the
week's
session.
episode.
Oh, fuck.
Episode
Oh,
5. Murder
Oh,
on
no.
the Magic Express.
Oh my God. Oh, I need to run away. Oh, I need to run away to the hills and never be seen again. Oh, how the fuck do I wait a week for a murder mystery?
You have no idea.
You can
You
do this to
have-
me.
No. Yes,
No. You kill me, girl. And Diana's gonna be there. She's gonna be a complete idiot. Oh my God.
You guys are.
God, Diana trying to play detective. I have to see
Diana,
this.
fucking murder mystery? Are you kidding me? She's gonna fuck everything up. She's gonna. Oh my God.
No, not.
Oh,
I feel like-
no.
Yeah, you guys have no idea how. You guys have no idea how hype I am for next week. Not just for the murder mystery, but everything else that's gonna happen there. This is gonna be a big one. So if you
I was freaking out so much I scared my dog.
No, you're okay. You're okay. But all right.
No,
Yeah.
it's fine.
What were you
Lila,
saying,
did you
Sal?
enjoy
I'm
this
so
session?
sorry. I think I cut you off. Oh, sorry. Oh, Sal, were you gonna say something?
No,
No, I'm sorry. I feel like I cut you off.
no, I wasn't.
Oh, okay. Sorry about that. But yes, I am so excited for next week. It's a big one. Murder on the
No,
Magic
I'm too.
Express. Next week, next Monday, same time, same channel. Thank you all so much. Bye-bye. Have a great night.
Ciao.
Bye.
Ciao.
Crab.
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 Makina
I
crab.
pretend to be normal for a full week. Oh. Oh boy. Alright. I'm gonna